Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon out Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Sharpton going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing without a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of Frontline Black News. I am your host, Chan Crewman. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che. And once again, we are live streaming on the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda, due to PewTube striking both the Frontline Black News and my personal page. And on the season 4, episode 44, part 3 or part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1 and in part 2. And the first of those topics is Slim Thug says it's 2025 and we can't blame the white folks anymore. Then we got Senators Booker and Warnocc praised Biden on his way out with these coon Sambo Negroes. Senators Booker and Warnocc praised Biden for delivering symbolism to Black Americans before leaving. That's exactly what we're talking about right there. And then we always talking about symbolism, and we're not going for it no more. Then we got Reverend Al Sharpton leads buy-in at Costco for keeping the DEI program, which, by the way, Black family does not benefit us specifically, if at all. But that doesn't benefit FBAs. Exactly, it doesn't benefit us. Then we got the dump, as in human shit, approval rate and actually surges among Black voters, surpassing white support, believe it or not. Then we got, why do other movements need FBAs to support him? Then we got Nelly. He responds to Bacclash for performing for Trump. Then we got Trump forces Colombia to take back its illegals, which we covered briefly yesterday. And then we got Donald Trump introduces STARGATE, artificial superintelligence, age of the Terminator. Terminator time has arrived, Black family. And then last but certainly not least, we got the illegal or the unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant sweeps in Chicago. ICE raids begin. Tom Homan, mass deportations sweep the city. So, and our mayor, along with other sanctuary mayors, have been called to testify before Congress. So those are the topics tonight. Thank y'all for liking and subscribing to the Revolutionary Agenda, as well as the Frontline Black News. Where's everybody at? So I'm going to share the screen. Share the screen. And hop right into it. So Slim Thug, rapper Slim Thug of the Houston rapper Slim Thug, states that FBAs can't blame white folks for anything in 2025. Slim Thug has no clue why we're in the condition we are based on history. So, Sister Demetria K is going to give us an update on that.
We can't blame white folks no more. We gotta let that go. Them people, that wasn't even these people. That was some people before them. So at the end of the day, everybody showed us they can do it from scratch. So we can't be worried, waiting on nobody to give us nothing. Everybody just gotta do it, no matter where you come from. You gotta do it from scratch. I ain't have shit and look at me now. So if I could have did it, you could have did it now. We gotta stop making excuses. Stop waiting on motherfuckers. We gotta.
This right here is why knowing Black freedom history is so important. And you know what? He's right. These aren't the exact same people. It's their offspring. And what do people teach their offspring? Speaking of not happening today, meet Blaine and Diane Smith, owners of 600 acres of land in Hancock County, Georgia, a property that has been in their family since the 1800s. Now, for generations, their family worked the land, passing it down, as well as generating wealth from it. Now, the Smiths are facing the possibility of losing some of their land to the Sandersonville Railroad Company, which aimed to seize it through eminent domain to construct a railroad in the area. Now, while it's been argued that the project will generate millions for the local economy, the Smiths say it jeopardizes their family's legacy and, of course, their future generational wealth. Now, of course, they have now hired legal representation to fight the eminent domain charges and save their property, as they should. And for the record, this has been going on for the last century, where Black Americans have worked hard to acquire their wealth, businesses, or in this case, land, and them folks steal it or take over it with discrimination, legal loopholes, and eminent domain, contributing to the racial wealth gap or loss of Black generational wealth. Now, let's be clear, this happened after slavery, by the way. In the meantime, studies have shown that Black families have lost over $300 billion in stolen generational wealth, and that's just when it comes to land after slavery. The Smiths aren't the only one. The Gullah Geechee on the coast of South Carolina and Georgia are constantly losing their land through legal loopholes. Their stories just happen to hit a few media outlets. Now, about this blame game and how they aren't the same folks, here are a few others that have experienced theft, showing that history simply repeats itself when it comes to Black Americans' hard work and labor. Jack Holly, Slocum, Texas. Jack Holly was a prosperous Black landowner who owned a general store, granary, dairy, part of a bank, and several hundred acres of prime land in Slocum, Texas. The family worked the land and businesses their father had produced and did well on their own until the night of the Slocum, Texas massacre in July 1910, when white mobs burned and looted the area, destroying Black businesses, properties, and generational wealth. Vero Beach, Florida. Now, the Epstein family lost all their generational wealth in 1942 when the U.S. government seized their land to build an airfield. The Epstein family lost 147 acres of land, including a 30-acre fruit grove, 2 houses, and 40 lots they all bought with their money. The land would be acquired by the Navy, the city of Vero Beach, and the LA Dodgers team, all while ignoring the family's plea to buy back their taking land. Now, the last official owners of the land sold the property for $10 million in the 2000s. Holmes County, Mississippi. During the 1950s and 60s, white supremacist Norman Weathersby required Black farmers to put up their land for collateral and high interest rates when they took out loans for farming equipment. Loans with high interest rates on purpose. When Black farmers missed payments, Weathersby immediately took their land and he died, leaving more than 700 acres to his family, according to paperwork and court documents. Most foreclosed from Black farmers. Reverend Isaac Simmons, Amite County, Mississippi. During 1940s, Reverend Simmons owned more than 270 acres of land. He worked his land with his children and grandchildren, producing crops and selling the property lumber. In 1944, white supremacists lynched Simmons and cut out his tongue so they could steal his land. Today, the family is fighting for the land back. For more unsung history like this, visit our website, www.morethreads.co, where More Threads is bringing even more awareness to Black history left out of history books with our history-inspired products. Products like our 52-deck Black Freedmen's flashcards highlight unsung Black heroes, communities, and pivotal moments and inventions that have shaped America. And they're perfect for learning at home or the classroom. That's www.morethreads.co, and be sure to follow us on our social media.
Be sure to follow us on Frontline Black News and the Revolutionary Agenda. All right, greetings, Shabaka. You came in at the tail end of this video, but rapper Slim Thug had the audacity to say that we need to get over racism and white supremacy. We need to stop blaming white folks for anything anymore. It's 2025, and the sister was telling us this brother don't know what the hell he talking about. He don't even know the damn history.
Man, the motherfuckers on puppet strings, man. Anytime that you hear any of these motherfuckers say some shit like that, they on puppets.
Yeah, so let me rewind it so you can hear what he said, and Let's do that. The Shabaka missed it. So.
That wasn't even these people. That was some people before them. So yeah, let that go, kid. Them people. That wasn't even these people. That was no more. We gotta let that go, kid. We can't blame white folks no more. We gotta let that go, kid. Them people. That wasn't even these people. That was some people before them. So at the end of the day, everybody showed us they can do it from scratch. So we can't be waiting on nobody to give us nothing. Everybody just gotta do it. No matter where you come from. You gotta do it from scratch. I ain't have shit and look at me now. So if I could have did it, you could have did it now. We gotta stop making
That's not
excuses.
necessarily
Stop waiting
true,
on
man.
motherfuckers.
Right.
We gotta.
This right here is why knowing.
So she went through the history of all the towns, all the times we were sabotaged, like
Right.
cities burned to the ground, all
Right.
of that.
Right.
So what are your thoughts on what Slim Thug said?
Okay, I'm going to repeat myself. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me carefully. This individual is on puppet strings, and he's being told to say this. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, man, I didn't make it to 60 plus years old being stupid, man. You know, the dude is either they're hanging something over his head, he's being extorted one way or another. They probably are promising him some big deal and what have you. And I'm not mad at the brother, man, you know, for making his money, not in the least, right? But he's on puppet strings. You see what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is you got to look at those who did sacrifice their careers, if not their very lives, for speaking against the popular version of what is true. Now, okay, then it seems to me that he should be the first one who should be start opening up some black businesses, putting our people to work. That's the counterman on that. You see what I mean? And as you know, Brother Che, each time we mention that, all we hear is a bunch of goddamn crickets. And people want to sit there and talking about, well, work with these other groups. Why? So they can exploit us again. Donald Duck is spending that DEI shit, best goddamn thing to happen. The counterman is,
I agree.
to build up our own businesses, our own enterprises, and put ourselves to work. And as Dr. Marimba Ani had said about the Ma'afa, a disaster so bad it is beyond description, and that's a classic case of it right there.
Yeah, so the big boss hog, more like the big raccoon hog, is
Right.
telling us we need to get over it and stop blaming white folks.
Yeah, right. So they could fuck us over again. Not cutting you off, but so they could fuck us over again. You see what I'm saying? And then also too, I want to give an update, you know, to our followers out there. So far, we have downloaded 56 episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on a terabyte, and this is a mighty, mighty task. And I only got 3 more days, so we're gonna lose some episodes. Okay, so I'm trying to get the ones, you know, that were significant.
Yeah.
And also too, I am still searching one, man, where we had some public figures had called in as well too. So I'm on it, man. It's a mighty, mighty task. So like when you hear me slurring my words or getting tired, man, you know what I'm saying? And then not to mention this place where I'm at, tonight, they had a fucking false fire alarm up here, man, for about an hour and a fucking half. You know what I'm saying?
My place every night.
Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? With that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? And so we're going to be running out of data soon. And so but I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so Blog
Yeah, so
Talk is
are we gonna do a show tomorrow or no?
okay. If you care to produce it, man, that's up to you. Because like I said, I mean, I also look at the work that we put in, and then we hear this bullshit. Well, we're having technical difficulties. You see, so I'll leave the ball in your court on that. If we're successful to do it, by all means, and that there will be the grand rising. And just off the top of your head, Brother Che, what would the subject be tomorrow?
Probably these same topics that we're going over tonight.
Right. Okay. All righty. Okay. So if you want to go ahead and do it, brother, and you know that the only place, man, that you could put the link, man, it would be up on Stinky Bird, because Facebook, man, they block us from sharing it on there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think they shadow banning Lady Cherry right now because they have more people tapped in, but it's all good. We're gonna continue.
Yeah. That just simply means that we're getting somewhere. And then not to mention the fact, what happened to free speech? Oh yeah, that's right. You got to be white to talk.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, it does not apply to us. So hey, man, if you like it, I love it. You know what I'm saying? And we only got 4 more days. And then, like I said, I will discuss with you because we are going to be losing a lot of episodes, but mainly these episodes is just pretty much where the ones that had called in on it was us in the studio. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I'm letting you know on that. Then also too,
Okay, well, let me get you up to speed on what we're talking about tonight. So we just finished up with the Slim Thug says it's 2025. We can't blame white people anymore. Then we got your favorite senator, Shabaka, Cory Booker.
Oh God, man! I just finished eating, man. How bad is it, brother? Because I don't feel like vomiting up my meal. You know what I mean? How bad is it?
It's definitely that Democratic shilling. And Warnocc praised Biden for delivering symbolism, not tangibles, Black family, symbolism to Black Americans before leaving.
Oh God, damn, boy!
And your favorite Reverend Al Sharpton.
That crook. What about with his bobblehead ass?
My favorite.
He ain't my damn favorite. He's not my favorite ambulance chaser. Hell no. Leaves a buy-in at Costco for keeping their DEI program that doesn't benefit FBAs. Then Trump approval rating surges, meaning it goes up, Shabaka, amongst Black.
We knew that. Wait a minute. Trump's approval rating has surged in the Black community?
Yep.
Now that is news. Now, what's the main ingredient in that?
The mass deportations.
Okay, all right. As far as him and those mass deportations, man, fuck them motherfuckers, man, because we built this goddamn country, and it always seems that we supposed to be what's that there? The last, what was that saying? Shit, this is what happens when you're
we're the last to get any goddamn thing. We're the first.
The last to get hired, the first to get fired. Yeah. Okay. More reason for Black-owned businesses, and then what the counterpunch is on that, okay, Black family, is that when the crackers go up there and says, well, you coloreds are discriminating and all that, hey, we're doing what the fuck with your goddamn 47th president is doing. So go out there, man, rough at your own self and go pull your own goddamn self up by your bootstraps, trick. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Right.
And then also too, Brother Che, if I want to put it in there and not getting off topic, something hot off my desk. Okay.
I'm not done yet, Shabaka. I was just going over the topics.
Okay.
Then we got, why do other movements need FBA support?
I'm gonna love that one.
Then Nelly responds to Bacclash for performing for President Trump. Trump forces Colombia to take back its illegals. We did briefly cover that last night, but there's more to it, I guess. There's an update. And, Donald Trump introduced the STARGATE, Shabaka, artificial super intelligence,
That's
age
dangerous.
of the Terminator, and our
Mm-hmm.
unhoused neighbor news, and our illegal migrant sweeps.
Okay. All righty. Let's get rolling.
Get it? So, is that your closing thoughts on Slim Thug?
Yeah. Motherfucker on puppet strings, man. You know what I'm saying? Told to say that shit, you see. And keep in mind, man, the quote Professor Black Truth, white supremacy always destroys its tools.
Mm-hmm. They always get broken in the end.
Yeah, so hey, you know, brother, you don't give a fuck about the black community anyway, man, because you don't made your money. So I made mine, so you don't. Yeah, so
You
go
get
get yours.
yours.
And we are the only group of people, brother Che, that'll sit up there and believe in that. But these other groups, man, they stick together. They got cohesiveness.
Mm-hmm.
You
With a
say,
path
but
of
however,
cohesiveness. We
yeah,
practice rugged individualism.
yeah, exactly. And that's why we always get countermand. And that's why we the majority of the homeless population in a goddamn state, man, where we make up less than 20%.
Mm,
Now, you tell me.
mm, mm, mm. That's all to the bad, Shabaka. All to the bad.
Yeah, yeah, you know,
Yeah,
yeah,
so move us along to the next topic. Shame on
yeah.
you, Slim Thug. I can't believe you. I used to like your music. Now I can't even listen to your music no more. This is just a
Right?
shame.
Boycott his ass, hit him where it hurts in the pocketbook.
Hmm. I haven't brought a record from him in like since I was in high school, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, and what's going to wind up happening too, in my theory, is that they're going to start stripping the wealth from these black entertainers as well too. You notice, right?
Hmm. If they had any,
Same goddamn way. Yeah, the same goddamn way, man. How they stole all the fucking money, man, from the Freedmen's Bank and started the Federal Reserve.
yeah, but the jury's still out on that. But yeah, they they parlayed that money.
Mm-hmm. 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 You know, and just like when Snoop Dogg and Dre, man, they tried to open up a line of cereal, right?
Yep,
Okay.
I
But guess
remember.
who was the yeah. And a main objector, the main motherfucker, man, who refused to distribute their products, it was Walmart.
Yep,
Hmm. Yeah.
and competition.
Hmm. And it's not so much the competition aspect of it, brother Che. I believe it was who was going to be their competition.
Exactly, twins in the building. Shout out to Twin. Twin
Hey,
says
twin, what's happening to you? What's going on, twin?
he says
How's
like
things?
yeah. He
Oh yeah,
said
thank you, twin.
he said it's a tether free zone and a coon free zone. And then he said it's a Slim Thug doesn't speak for Black Houston, right?
All
Black
right.
the boss of the North, the North. He thought North rhyme with South. He said he the boss of the North.
Mm, 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 mm. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I've been down there through Houston, man. I'll never go through they damn rush hour traffic again. I thought California was bad. Motherfuckers down there doing 80 miles an hour in rush hour traffic.
Yeah. We got
That traffic scared the fuck out of me.
4-5. They're doing it on 4-5 highways stacked on top of each other.
That's what scared the shit out of me, man. You know what I'm saying? Down there with Governor Bud.
And down there where Twin is.
Oh, okay, all righty, okay, down here in H
Down in the
Town,
bayou.
yeah,
Deep down south in the hood, niggas slay.
and
Hustling.
then giving Black Houston its proper respects. As you know, that's where George Foreman is from. You know, near there, and George Foreman is the oldest man to ever win the heavyweight crown.
Yep, my step grandfather Leroy was from there. He's from
Hmm.
H Town.
Mm-hmm.
Doug raccooning as usual, yeah.
Raccoon.
That's a
Damn.
time high. What's next? He gonna be performing for Trump too?
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving to another buck dancer.
Who's that?
Oh, Cory Booker. Two more buck dancers: Cory Bussey, Cory Booker, and Raphael Warnocc.
Oh God. Okay. All righty. Let's see what these ignoramuses is talking about.
They said, well, you did a good job, Master Charlie, Master Biden. You did a good job. You did the lip up.
Zippity day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me.
Basically, you delivered something, and we are praising you for it.
Golly, man. Wow.
Apparently, President Joe Biden had a secret meeting with members of Congress, and he told them not to say anything until he made the announcement. Watch this video of Senators Ralph Warnocc and Cory Booker talking about it. Check it out.
I just heard from the White House.
What incredible news coming out of the White House.
We can't post this until after 5 a.m. tomorrow, but the president is commuting the sentence of around 2,500 people.
This Martin Luther King Jr. weekend, some 2,500 clemency petitions granted, acknowledging the long injustice and the huge disparity between crack and powder cocaine convictions.
Who are unjustly incarcerated around drug war era laws.
So often the so-called war on drugs has been a war on Black and brown communities. Well, Dr. King used to say that the moral arc of the universe
shit
is
again,
long,
man.
but it bends
Get
toward
that
justice.
goddamn shit out your fucking mind, man.
Closer to our country's ideals.
We all we got.
2,500 Americans,
their families and their communities,
finally found deeper meaning in those words: liberty and justice for all.
What an incredible announcement this day.
Thank you, President Biden.
So as you saw and heard there, they were excited at the time, right, that they could announce that President Joe Biden, who recently left office, was pardoning 2,500 people who were sentenced under his crime bills in regards to the disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine, right? 2,500 people are now going to be pardoned. They received clemency and all of that. And so, of course, you heard them go on and on about how excited they were. And Ralph Warnocc tapped into his inner Martin Luther King, talking about the arc being bent and the arc is long and all kind of stuff. But it's like neither one of y'all mentioned that Joe Biden bent the arc in the first place. Y'all said all that, but neglected to say that it was because of Joe Biden's crime bills that harmed Black Americans and brown Americans as well. It was because of that he even needs to pardon those people. Do y'all think people are stupid?
Clearly.
Do you think people have forgotten? Well, in case you think that they have, I'm here to remind you that yes, in the 1980s, Joe Biden thought it was a good idea to make those crack crime bills, if you will, that harmed disproportionately Black people.
Yep.
Many Black people went to prison behind crack, while white people went to rehab or got on the wrist behind powder cocaine. It was Joe Biden that did that, and here y'all are, patting him on his back as he's leaving office. Good job, sir, for freeing 2,500 people. It's like that's all. That's all. I doubt that it was just 2,500 people that were locked up under those crime bills. Yes, Joe Biden did agree with the First Step Act that was under the Trump administration, and that judges should not sentence people due to whether they did crack crimes or powder cocaine crimes, right? But he didn't do anything else to get rid of those crime bills at all. They were still kind of there. So, other than that, what did he really do? See, this is what they do. They cart out Black politicians. Hey guys, Joe Biden's done it again. What did he do? Hey guys, he's let out 2,500 Black and brown people, and You didn't say about the many people he put in there.
Right.
See, they need to be voted out because they playing in the faces of people as if we're crazy. As if we don't already know that Joe Biden said that he was the author of every major and minor crime bill since 76 or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that arc that you talking about, Warnocc was bent by Biden in the first place. You're a liar, and you should not be lying. You're a pastor. Now, I know pastors do be lying, but sir, you are in the pulpit of
puppet pimping, sister.
Jr. And you send up there lying and gaslighting people as if we should be happy that Joe Biden did that. He ain't do nothing. All it was, you know, a drop in a bucket of the many oceans of horrible things he's done to Black people. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel. And
please subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda and the Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Okay, all righty. Is that it is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? And then, I mean, they just playing us for chumps, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They praising this senile, the pins wearing bastard about. He didn't do
exactly.
Specifically for Black people. No, except lock us up.
Yeah, man. You know, that's for damn sure, man. You know what I'm saying? It really is, you know. And then the cold part about it is, man, is that you get these fools.
Sycophants.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they are, sycophants, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is, you know,
that's what he did. He's the architect of mass incarceration.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And then it's real bad, man. And then they keep, you know, telling us, man, that all this bullshit, man, is progress. You know what I'm saying?
They're telling us it's snow, and what they piss off, they're telling us it's rain.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, and then as soon as we say something about it, man, you know, we're a bunch of racists and all kind of shit. You know what I mean, man? Y'all just need to just get over it and all this. How the fuck somebody's gonna tell us what the fuck to do?
Right. But that's
the problem. Seriously.
They always think they can tell us what to do.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is that it's just it's asinine, man. That's the only thing I can say. It's just asinine.
Jay Nelly went live. He'll come over when he's done with his live.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay. And we'll appreciate that. And then the cold part about it is, man, is that I'm going here through my emails just to show you how the crackdown has begun. You know, is that they telling me we're getting ready to kill one of your damn email addresses, you see, because, you know, because I'm not dealing with all this goddamn spam on here.
Oh, yeah, the inactivity. They're going to fall for inactivity, yeah.
Yeah, they already said they took down my photographs and... Ooh, Lord.
Hopefully you save them on the drive. They might be in the Google Drive.
Yeah, so, you know, so that's what I'm checking on that, you know, right now as we're sitting here speaking. Urgent notice.
When you put pictures up or something like that on Gmail, at least, it will go into the cloud, the drive, the Google Drive.
Yep. And then here you're reminded to call in and host your live show, blog talk, blah, 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 blah. And here's dated like shit. They got the date, but they ain't got the damn year up here. Man, oh, wow. Okay, whoa, we saw the reminder episode. Unauthorized transaction to your PayPal account.
Uh-oh. You're going to have to dispute that, Shabaka.
What do you mean an unauthorized transaction?
That means somebody used your car without your permission.
Amount 459 Coinbase. What?
Yeah, somebody hacked your shit.
Oh, man. No, I'm trying to find a date of this damn thing. Oh, unauthorized transaction to your PayPal account.
That sounds like a hack job.
It is. For $459.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, you better dispute that.
Shit. No. God damn. Once again, something the fuck I don't need. All right.
All right. So.
Yeah. Please continue, Brother Che.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and
so we're not going for the symbolism no more, you Democrats. So I don't know what the hell you praising that damn the architect of mass incarceration for. That is just stupid. We are demanding tangibles from now on. So don't come at us with that symbolism bullshit.
Right.
We're not for it no more. We demanding tangibles from now all the way up to 2100.
Mm-hmm.
So moving along, our favorite ambulance chaser, Reverend Al Sharpton, leads a buy-in at Costco for keeping their DEI program, which does not benefit FBAs.
Mm-hmm.
So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reverend Al Sharpton, I mean, he just go from bad to worse, y'all. Bad to worse. Now, you know that Trump, signed an executive order to get rid of a lot of DEI programs on the federal level, and he is pressuring private companies to also get rid of DEI programs, which we know is diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. As you do the research, DEI is just a remix of affirmative action. And the majority of the chief diversity officers in a lot of these companies are white women at the tune of about 76%. There's a few black people that got, DEI positions, but it's not in the tune of how many white women benefited off of DEI. And I've always said this, I'm not going to be defending any program that doesn't benefit black people. Why?
Well, it's cracking because
like Dr. Claude Anderson had told us a long time ago.
Slim Thug
about affirmative action,
talking about
and how that didn't benefit
white people
black people whatsoever.
Now,
how is it that we're going to be up here defending programs to transfer more money and wealth back into the hands of the folks? Because if the money is going to the female, it's going right back to the male.
Booker and
now, Reverend Al Sharpton, and why are we talking about him tonight?
For doing nothing.
Costco
for
decided to say they're not going to get rid of their DEI, programs. They're not going to do it. So Reverend Al Sharpton was happy about this. And so Reverend Al Sharpton, out in New York, he said that let's go do a buy-in at Costco. So he showed up with his people. And I want you to see, how they all went to Costco. We're going to talk about just the details of this. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Big old red man.
Oh, yeah.
New York. The Al Sharpton.
All right, so let me tell you what he was doing. So he went to Costco, Al Sharpton, and he bought $125 gift card. So about $2,500 that was spent, and he spent that in Costco. And so you're praising Costco, a business that's not in our community. And I have nothing against Costco. I mean, I even got a membership there. But you're praising Costco for a DEI program.
Stop the cap.
Did you ever see Al Sharpton do a buy-in at any black-owned businesses?
Man, you just talking a bunch of shit.
Why didn't he lead all those people to shop with a bunch of black people that day? Or do this constantly at black-owned businesses and say, hey, this is a buy-in, and we want to bring, money to the black community and circulate the black dollar. But no, Al Sharpton have no problem taking the black dollar and giving it to Costco in mass behind a DEI program that don't even benefit black folk. This is why a lot of people don't even respect people like Al Sharpton. Because of things like this. This doesn't even make sense. I don't care what these corporations do with their programs. Once again, those programs benefit white women, don't even benefit black people like that. If you look at the DEI numbers, blacks and Hispanics have about the same amount of jobs because of DEI, but the most of the jobs go to white women or white LGBT. Because white LGBT can be put in a DEI program. White women could be put in a DEI program. Yeah, y'all don't understand that? It's finessing. They use George Floyd to create the remix of affirmative action. And once again, black Americans at that time was not asking for a DEI program. They were demanding, not asking. They were demanding justice for George Floyd.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen. So with them getting rid of DEI, that doesn't bother me because prior to George Floyd, they didn't have no DEI. So what are you tripping about?
Right.
And you got the Democrat shields saying, oh yeah, look, see, they taking away DEI and this and that and the third. And okay, who cares?
Right.
Who cares? But this the same Al Sharpton that took $500,000 from Vice President Kamala Harris. Did he help her get elected? We clearly see he didn't. Al Sharpton is about lining up the pockets of Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton has always been hustling corporations, hustling with his nonprofit. Al Sharpton been at this for a very, very, very long time.
Right.
And he's not stopping. Like, Al, don't you got enough money, brother? Like you say, you just got broke off $500,000. Like, what did you do? You ran through it?
Yeah, it is.
What you do with the money?
That's all it is.
Every time you look up, you're doing something performative. And it's not that this is why right here, a lot of black people, especially younger black people, don't respect that people like Al Sharpton and that group look at that mess like just being a clown. And a lot of black people are just being turned off by the Democrats because this is what the Democrats support. But I'm so glad that a lot of black Americans looked at that as a clown show stuff. I'm so glad about that.
Take it easy.
Y'all doing so good. Y'all reading right between it. Y'all seeing it for what it is. Like, Al Sharpton does not have the influence he once had. He don't. Al Sharpton, the rest of Democrat shields, nobody's listening to them. They have been delegitimized.
Right.
And they're very upset by that.
Yeah.
See, at one point in time, Al Sharpton could pull a stunt like this, and it would really move the needle at one point in time.
Not no more.
But now people are like, Al Sharpton need to go sit down somewhere. He need to go do his show on MSNBC or whatever and just go home.
The one with all the
if he still even have that show, because they trying to decouple the network anyway from Comcast. Al Sharpton, if you're gonna do a buy-in, man, go do that to some great black businesses in New York. There's plenty of them.
Right.
That they need people to come spend money with them.
Right.
But you're gonna transfer a bunch of money, to Costco.
Fuck out of here.
Really?
From black owned. It'd be one thing if there was black owned.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I got Okay, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Al Sharpton's latest antics?
Okay, Al Sharpton, man, is full of shit, man. You know what I'm saying? And really, man, and I hate to say this about any brother, but you remember the movie A Soldier Story?
Yes.
Okay, and you remember when the song
he says, man, with an
Exactly.
ignorant ass motherfucker like you is ain't worth listening to, ain't it? That's what Al Sharpton it is.
Exactly, because he said that his time is over. Go join old Messi.
Old Messi, Jesse, and sit down. Yeah, Jay Militant, you're right on that there, man. Appreciate you, Jay Militant. You know what I'm saying? And you see, and that bobblehead fool, man, he is a detriment. You see what I'm saying, to the black community. And then also, too, Brother Chad, just checked on what I just said here a minute ago, man. Everything is intact, okay? So whatever what that email is some bullshit. See, man, this is what I'm saying about these motherfuckers with this clickbait shit. You see what I'm saying? You know, you see, that's what it is with this clickbait shit. And that's how the fuck you get you, you know, we failed to renew. Oh man, they failed to renew iClouds. That without iCloud space, you may lose all your stored data. See, man, this is the problem, man, with this damn internet shit. You see what I'm saying? With all this goddamn advertisement on here. That's all the fuck you see up here. You know, advertisement.
A lot of times, Shabaka, you gotta unsubscribe from all of that stuff. So if you get spam, you just gotta unsubscribe from it, so they'll stop sending it to you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And this lying ass motherfucker right here. So I'm not even going to respond to it. I'm gonna dump it. The reason being I'm gonna dump it is because shit like this here, man, you say this is how they put them spiders in your damn message deleted.
Spiders and the worms and all of that.
All that old shit. You know? Now what is this?
Viruses.
Yeah, and then they say we failed to renew your iCloud storage. Your photos and videos will be deleted.
You don't even have an iCloud. That's for people that have Apple phones and Apple tablets and shit.
Yeah, okay. So this here is some more bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Expiration date of this is January the 22nd, 2025. So which is already past that. You see what I mean? So
but you didn't have an iCloud, so that's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying about this shit. You know, let artificial intelligence, man, you know, do what it do and all this old type of stuff.
Because we're going to get to all of that Skynet type shit.
Yes, sir.
So moving along, we got the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfect clear.
Right.
His approval ratings are surging, Black family, amongst people, surpassing white support. Can you believe it, Shabaka? I would go grab a ladder, but he wouldn't make it.
Well, like I said, brother, you know what I'm saying? And this is why, man, I have quit voting, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just can't do it no more. You see?
Yeah.
And the reason being, man, it's a waste of fucking time. Number one, they handpick these goddamn winners and all that. And like I said, the only person I'm voting for is Jesse Parrish, if he ever runs for office with every state that I'm registered in. You see what I mean? You know. Yeah, say, and that's it, because you're a man of integrity, and now, and I will testify to your qualifications. One, all of us has been, how should we say, brother, displaced, and I'm gonna leave it at that. You know what I'm saying? Two is, you know, you took it to the people. You grassroots your campaign. You see, you went down there to city council. You see what I'm saying? And what have you. You see, so in other words, man, you put the work in. I myself, man, when it came to voting and stuff like that, I've gotten into fist fights with motherfuckers, been to jail behind the shit. You see what I'm saying? And I can't do it no more, man. You know what I mean? And who was that troll that we got in there, man, talking about the old man can't take the heat? Come on, man, bring some heat.
He don't want that. He don't want that. He better chill.
Yeah, he just fucking trolling.
He been timed out, so he won't be saying no more tonight.
Yeah, man, you know what I mean? He just up there talking a bunch of shit, and it's so unnecessary.
Talking loud and saying nothing. If he pop up tomorrow and we do the show, we'll drop the link. Hopefully his ass ain't at work again. And
how convenient. Yeah, man, I can't do it, man, because I'm at work, man. You know what I'm saying, man? So then what the fuck you even saying this shit for, man?
Right. Thank you, cuz said me for president. Yeah.
Okay, I can't see the comments up here.
Hold on, Shabaka. Okay. Yes, thank
you. Hey, Jay Militant. Yeah, man, I checked you out there, man, when you was on YouTube the other night, man. Yeah. And then also two people, you know, not getting off topic, but whatever the fuck you do not patronize those goddamn Google cards. You know, they had they had brother going around in circles for it. Got me going around in circles. and putting all bullshit aside, not only is it wrong, but it's dangerous. Anything could have happened to that man. That there's somebody's brother, maybe somebody's daddy, or somebody's son. You see what I mean? And oh man, I'm just gonna go to Google.
Yeah.
And then you got
and this damn Google card decided want to do donuts in the parking lot.
Yeah, and then you already see Stinky Bird. He's up there doing a Heil Hitler salute. So what does that tell you? How the fuck we know that ain't no experiment, man?
He's doing that Heil Hitler salute, and the ADL was talking about, that was a precarious gesture.
Okay, how come they ain't coming down on his ass like they do us when we talk about it?
Yeah, how come they ain't coming down on him like they did Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, right.
Black celebrity or athlete that spoke against them small hats.
Yeah, you say because they fear because you see Black family, what it is us against everybody.
Yep.
Say they hate us because they cannot be us.
Exactly, Spucker. That's why it's FBA versus everybody. So surprisingly, Trump's approval ratings are surging among Black voters, surpassing white
support. Now that's interesting.
So Lisa's gonna give us the update on that. Google cars. That's the San Francisco treat. Oh my God, twin, you stupid.
No, but that rice-a-roni is good. The motherfucking old man from Jerry Gully Square. Yeah, man, I told you, twin, when I was in SF Blast, I saw that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter.
Fuck that.
Sense of female. They use natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to a new poll, Donald Trump has more favor among Black voters than white voters.
What?
This is what they're claiming. I don't know if I fully buy that. In light of all the stuff that Donald Trump is doing, I just find it hard to believe that he's getting all this backing from the Black community. So Donald Trump's approval rating higher among Black people than white people. More Black voters approve of Donald Trump's job performance as president than white voters, according to a new poll from America's Most Accurate Pollster.
So glow head ass.
So while Black voters still very much align in favor with Democrats in 2024, Donald Trump saw probably the biggest increase of Black American votes, which he got 20%. In 2020, he got 13%. In 2016, 8% of Black voters. Trump also saw a significant support from Black voters in swing states. One exit poll from Wisconsin showed that he gained 13% of Black voters since 2020. And in North Carolina, he saw an increase by 5 points.
Wow.
From Black voters.
And he won California.
From Atlas Intel that was conducted from January 21st through the 23rd. 69% of Black voters approve of Trump's job performance compared to 50% of white voters. Meanwhile, 31% of Black voters disapprove of Trump's job performance compared to 49% of white voters. Overall, those polls were split over whether they approved or disapproved. And of course, it was according to what type of executive order he was putting out. So they polled 1,882 people. 9% were Black, with a margin of error of 2%, give or take.
So 9 people approved.
So Atlas Intel was the most accurate pollster in the 2024 presidential election, predicting victory for Donald Trump. So on Monday, after Donald Trump took his oath and began rolling out his agenda and signing more than 100 executive orders, those among orders, of course, national emergency at the southern border, in birthright citizenship, illegal immigration, and cracking down on sanctuary cities. So those are some of many executive orders that Donald Trump has signed since taking office. Atlas Intel also shows that Trump is enjoying broad support for his action on immigration, with 54% of respondents say they strongly are in favor of Donald Trump's proposed mass deportation. However, 47% said they support Trump's executive order to ban birthright citizenship.
Yeah.
On
Tuesday, now Jay Militant, you're talking about on the electoral votes, right? I'm not talking about the popular vote. I'm talking about the electoral
initiatives vote. Across federal agencies, and and a lot of the people that were hired under that initiative, are losing their jobs. They're being fired.
Yeah, he gained numbers in certain counties.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like Orange County.
Yeah.
To this, it says they looked at other data and it showed that Donald Trump had a Black approval over 50%.
All right, Jay. Thanks, man.
So Atlas Intel results show higher than both whites and Latinos. So they're saying that they're getting a higher approval rating from the Black community over both the white and Latino. The only way I can see that happening is over immigration.
Yep.
Because, a lot of the people in our community do support the mass deportations.
That's what
that could be the reason why it's higher among the Black community. So, wow. I don't know, but y'all, part of me is still not fully buying that he's getting his biggest support from the Black community.
Right.
Maybe on one issue, but definitely not all of them.
Right.
But y'all, let me know if you believe this or not, that Newsweek is claiming he's getting his biggest support right now among Black people than white people. Please leave your comment
and please do the same for Frontline Black News.
Black News.
Intended. All right,
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Trump's approval rating surging among Black voters?
Bro, I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe it, but that there is just me. It's because keep in mind, man, that motherfucker got so much goddamn money, man, he can manipulate the goddamn media. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, yeah, so he probably can. You know, he's got too much goddamn money. You see what I mean? And look who he's got up there. Now, see, the thing is, man, that you got to look at, man, is in regard to wealth distribution in this nation. You see, this is why, you know, that every time Black folks try to open up businesses, man, they always go the extra length, you know, to derail it. You see what I mean?
Yeah, they go out their way to sabotage it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, classic example of that is Tyler Perry, just like Robert Johnson. Robert Johnson sells BET, thinking he's going to go buy United Airlines. What they tell him, nigga, get your ass up out of here before we call security. Tyler Perry.
What kills me about that, Shabaka, looking back, we had our own airline. They didn't even have to try to buy United. We already had an airline called Piedmont Airlines. They was based
I remember Piedmont Airlines.
And they had Black, at that time, they called them stewardesses.
Right. But now they call them the flight attendants, you know?
Yeah.
And just like, you know, like I've said before, when you and I was supposed to hook up, man, up there at UC Berkeley, man, before the, you know, the situation happened, man, you know, because I was going to go out there and cuss out Ann Coulter. And Miss Coulter, if you out there, and if I see you in public, man, I will cuss your ass out behind that.
Ann Coulter, a broken clock is right twice a day. Ann Coulter just says some truthful things over the years. Now, that doesn't negate all the racist shit she said over the years. But she has some truthful things like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were specifically for the freedmen. They weren't for everybody else. I had to remind one of them transformers about that shit earlier at City Council. So they sit up there talking about, I said with rights is trans and blah, blah, blah. Bitch, you wouldn't have no civil rights at all if it wasn't for my ancestors. The fuck is you talking about?
Going out there, getting hit all upside the head, having fire hoses put on them, you know, like the little baby Ruby Ridges. And we ain't going to talk about what they did to the Black Panthers in the Black Empowerment era. You see what I mean? You know, and I'm putting it out there. Now, if you motherfuckers could go out there and talk about you got 25 goddamn different genders, then I could say is that you had the civil rights movement.
All white cabinet. He got one token in the whole cabinet.
Don't Trump got all white cabinet Black folk calling for the banana in the tailpipe once Trump done with them, who they think he's going to come after. Just look at Musk. A good sign to go with. Yeah, Jay Militant, and also too, Stinky Bird is not an African. He is a goddamn Boer. Okay, he is Dutch. Understand?
And those are the Amsterdam people, right? The Netherlands.
Don't Trump got an all-white cabinet, Black folks falling for the banana in the tailpipe once again. Yep. Nobody knows this trouble I feel. God damn, boy, we are in definite need of resurrection of the mental dead.
Well, like I said, maybe he'll come through with the check. Say, hey, guess what, African Americans or foundationals, whatever y'all want to go by now. Remember when I acknowledged in 2020 that y'all built this country? And y'all
that he did do. That he did say that. Yeah, that is a fact.
And my predecessor said, if you got to decide between me and him and myself, then you ain't black.
Oh, God. That motherfucker. Yeah, well, maybe the old bastard, man, with his senile ass, man. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I'm going to cut the check for you. You said start at 20 trillion. Okay, that's gonna come from these tariffs.
Mm-hmm.
We just imposed on goddamn whoever. He just try to impose tariffs on Colombia.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, they got all that you know what money. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Coffee and coca.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm not really surprised. I think a lot of the approval is coming from the mass deportations.
Yeah. You know, and then who was that broad we had on there last night, man, talking about that we owe the Latinos this, that, the other.
In the building.
Hey, Carlton, what's going on with you, man? How you be? You know, yeah, and who's the old bastard up there who wants to debate with me, man? Who was that clown up there trolling us?
Lance. You talk about Lance.
Yeah, Lance. Yeah. Well, man, shit, you know, request the link, man. Get your ass up here. We can debate right now, you old ass bastard.
He can't do it, Shabaka. He's been timed out for the rest of the night.
Okay. Right,
but if he comes back tomorrow with that bullshit, the link will be dropped and you can come up and talk whatever if you're bold enough to do it. And hopefully you're not at work this time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, how convenient. Better yet, tell you what, Lance, if you're out there, we will set up a time when it's most convenient for you to come up here.
We won't find that answer because he can't talk no more.
Lance gone. Well, what we seem to have here is a failure to communicate.
Shit. So you just time Carlton Way, the dump approval rating has surged among Black voters, surpassing white voters. White support. So we were kinning it to the mass deportations that are happening all over this country right now.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna see how that's gonna be. See, you really can't get no data back on his effectiveness, man, for at least about 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for at least about 6 months. You know, it's because, you know, Trump, you know, he's doing a lot. He is all over the place, you see. But as I stated before, to all these people, man, who's up here saying that he got rid of DEI, and I'll say it again, best goddamn thing could happen because to quote Ali, now we got to fight our way up out the corner, build up some Black businesses, put our own.
Right, that means that we can hire our own.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Brother Che. That's what I'm saying. We can hire our own people.
We don't have to hire crackers no more. We don't have to hire LGBTQ no more. We don't have to hire none of these Asians no more. We ain't got to hire these OTBs no more.
Yeah, exactly. We could do for ourselves. You see what I'm saying? And we could make a great shift right there. You see what I mean? But I suggest everybody that's Black and that's in business, if you're going to do this, you know, keep your jail record clean. You see what I'm saying? And then if you get stopped by the police, okay, ask for probable cause, you know what I'm saying, and make sure you're videotaping it. You see what I mean?
I have to do it, Shabaki. It's a Twitter space. Carlton Wick said, see, I'm not surprised. Yeah,
exactly. You see? Exactly. You see what I mean? You know, and then they are thinking that, you know, we as a people are still stupid, you know what I'm saying? Which we're not, you know, is because after all, we built the pyramids. And please, if anybody out there, if you can get next to Ashwar Kwesi, man, please do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think Moray might have ran into him when he was in Kenya.
Oh, okay, yeah, because Ashwar, he's all over the place. Ashwar is heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you know, Margaret was all over Eastern and Northern Africa. And Southern Africa.
Oh, really? Oh, so he did go to Azania, huh? Oh, okay. All righty. You know. And then old Sarge, yeah, where's Sarge? Yeah.
He
old
gave us
Sarge.
information.
Oh, huh?
He gave us bogus information. Just like a
Oh,
piggy.
yeah, Sarge. Oh, yeah, I'm putting that out there. Yes, Sarge, you lousy scoundrel. You, that damn email address you sent to us, you no good crook, was bogus.
Yeah.
Yes, Sarge. So therefore, man, yeah, you in Chicago or was in Chicago. Yeah.
Yeah, now he's in Georgia.
Yeah, now he down in the great state of Georgia. Yeah. And then when I was in Georgia, I did go to Augusta, GA. They had to go pay homage to James Brown.
Old city.
Yeah, and they got a street named after him, James Brown Boulevard. Yeah, that's for damn sure, you know.
And do you remember when he was endorsing Richard Nixon?
That was Sammy Davis Jr. I don't recall Brown endorsing Richard Nixon. Okay, I'm not saying that he didn't, but I do know that Sammy Davis Jr. endorsed Richard Nixon, and in '72 in the black community, man, gave him the business too.
No, James Brown did too.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, JD.
So moving along, why do these other movements need FBA support all of a sudden? All of a sudden, they want FBA to come to the rescue. FBA, where y'all at? We being deported. Where y'all at? We y'all out in the streets protesting this injustice. What would Dr. King think? Dr. King be like, what? Y'all ain't no damn dreamers. Y'all ain't part of my goddamn dream. The hell is this doctor shit? This whole Sambo ass shit.
Damn. My.
Twitter Spaces. Shout out to Tariq. These Twitter Spaces, they're comical, but at the same time, they're very educational and informal.
Right.
Subscribe. Darling Radio.
Like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda.
Let's get AI.
Hey Tariq. Thanks for the mic. I just saw the title and thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
You see them
curious to hear about the history lesson
all of this
you gave us about
right.
the black slaves and Mexico and how that played out. I didn't know about that, so that was really interesting.
Yeah. A lot of people they don't know the context of all of that stuff, so it's real deep and it's real heavy. Now, where are you from, by the way, sir?
I'm from California.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you safe from the fires out here? Are you near any of the fires?
Oh, you did.
I'm very close to the fires, but I've been all right because I don't live in the hills. It's mostly in the forested areas that have been having these, most of the issues.
Yep.
Because the budget was cut, and because California is a fire ecology. That's another thing people don't really know, is that the fire is part of the natural cycle here.
Yeah.
And because of the budget cuts, they didn't get to do a good enough job of cutting back on the material that could burn. And so, that's what happens when you don't do that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I can't really speak to the racial animosity or between what happened with the Mexicans and foundational blacks, as you were saying. But what would support look like, Tariq, if this woman is asking for support? I'm not really sure what anybody could do. Obviously, I'm not black, so I can't
black.
Speak for black
Oh
people,
man, I'm
if she was saying
I just saw that bullshit. My best friend is black.
What would that look like? It's
hard
to
understand. Really want black people to do it. They want, and a lot of people. If you notice, and thank you for the call, if you notice, anytime there's a conflict with other groups, it's very important for them to have us standing side by side with them. You see that with the Palestinians. You know, they were running around saying that we needed to support them. They needed our support, so that their movement could have more legitimacy. And all of these other groups, some of the Israelis wanted us to support them as well. You see the white LGBT community, they always have black people as the mascots, parading them around so that they can get certain programs
tell them
passed for the white LGBT
dudes,
community.
man, to go get some pussy,
All
man.
of
They
these
might
groups
find out they
have
like
to
it.
have us in the mix, just standing there with them, making noise and fighting for their causes. Because foundational Black Americans, we're the only people that have been consistently aggrieved.
Yep.
We've had the most hardships of anybody. So if anybody deserves justice, that would be us. So when we say something is wrong, you know, people kind of listen to it. You know, that makes it legit. That when something is wrong, we say something is wrong.
Right.
You see? So people want to align with us because they know how marginalized we've been. So if they say, hey, look, we are marginalized, people will be like, okay, well, damn it, if these Hispanics are being marginalized like blacks, we really have to do something. You see? That's why whenever they get in trouble, they start talking about black and brown.
Yep.
And we're in this together. We're in this together. But that's contingent upon us getting out here making noise with them. You understand? Right now, we ain't doing that. You see? We're not doing that. The only people you see kind of doing that are Democrat shills. Democrats or some black people who are in the political sphere. The problem is we've delegitimized them.
Yep.
You understand? So the Rolands and the Sharptons and all of these people, them running around talking about, oh, what's happening to the migrants is this is so horrible. That's not going nowhere because they ain't got no clout. You got to have real grassroots clout in order for your grievances to be looked at as legitimate. Right. And a lot of these folks ain't got no clout like that because we on the grassroots, we are not giving it to them.
Right.
We're sitting it out and letting people fight their own battles because some of these people, when we've been fighting for justice, especially for ourselves, some of these were the main people telling us, hey, leave these white people alone. Stop making so much noise. Stop complaining so much, black people. You guys complain too much.
Everything about race.
Maybe everything is not about race. Maybe you just got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps.
They've been telling us
we get told this
for the last 300 goddamn years.
Why don't you take a page out of my book? Me and my family came over here with $2. Now look at us. We're doing phenomenal now. You've been here for 500 years and you still complaining, right? This is what they've been telling us. So now that Lupe and
Dora,
Gabriella, they're getting rounded up. Now it's like, hey, black people, you know, we're in this together. I said, oh, no. Do you still have them same $2 you came here with? Because you're going to need it.
Right.
Since you came here with $2, you're going to leave with $2. Don't look at us now. Yeah, don't look at us now and try to form an emergency coalition after you done talked all that shit.
Right.
Yeah? And that goes across the board. We've had some non-FBA Caribbeans and Africans talking that same crap. And they getting wheeled up out of here too. So everybody's getting a piece of the action. Y'all saw the clip of the dude, the Haitian dude. There's a longer clip I saw of that Haitian dude.
Oh my God.
The ICE got him. He was like, I ain't going back to Haiti.
Yeah.
I'll kill myself.
I saw that.
Them homelands, they'll sit up and wave them flags. But boy, when it's time to go back, this dude is like, he's gonna commit suicide before he go back to Haiti. This dude is talking about offing himself.
Dang.
That's how bad he don't want to go back. Now he was over here and they said he committed all types of crimes. So yeah, we don't need that. It's very interesting. Let's get
Hey,
Aiden. Let's get Aiden in here.
Goodbye.
Hey, what's up, man? There's been a few topics that were touched on that I want to comment on, so I don't even know where to start. But I guess one of them is deportations, and I want to say that I'm 100% in support, and it's not out of a lack of empathy. I know a lot of people have come over the border in the past, have earned citizenships that are incredible individuals, but what we've seen lately isn't a bunch of innocent people trying to jump the fence. It really is an invasion, and we have to respect our own borders. So I'm 100% all in for it. I'm 100% all for our sovereignty as a country. We are American. We should love and respect that.
Oh yeah.
We're not giving handouts.
Well, motherfuckers, that's the case. They would have been on
something else. I just want to say that people always talk about race has been a big topic, but the reality is that we're social mammals. I mean, humans are territorial, tribal creatures.
I'm not no goddamn
people don't necessarily distinguish themselves based on race. I mean, you could have a neighborhood that one block for the other could be they could be enemies, or they could compete with each other. And the one unifying factor that we have in the United States.
Now, Jay Miller,
I usually don't identify by any race, but I look like a Russian. People always think I'm from Russia. And I just was curious, and I want to ask your opinion about this, when it comes to this race game and how I just feel like the Democrats treat specifically the Black community like they're infantile. Like they always say, oh, they need support. They're nothing, it feels like very demeaning. I mean, everybody that I know, regardless of race, is capable and intelligent and whatever. And there's a lot of incredibly successful people from across the spectrum. Why is it that they choose? And you could tell me, and I want to know. Do you feel like what they're doing is right? I mean, I feel like they're putting people down. They're like, hey, you don't have to work. You don't have to learn. You don't have to do this. We're just going to give you handouts. And not necessarily just the Black community, but let's just say migrants in general. I mean, what's your opinion on that? I just feel like it puts people down, prevents them from excelling and succeeding and using their autocracy to grow and take advantage of some of the privileges we have in this country.
That's an incorrect premise. What handouts have Black people gotten? What have we gotten? What have we gotten
police
at the exclusion of other people that other people didn't get?
Sorry, let me rephrase that. I just think from a political perspective, they try to put you down because you're right. You guys, nobody's getting freebies, and the illegal immigrants lately have been getting freebies, and that has nothing to do with American people. And that's a whole different subject. But I just feel like the way that
no,
Cockazoid.
We don't get anything from anybody. All right, that's like a political football that a lot of right wingers, they like to pretend that the Democrats are giving us all of these unearned freebies and benefits and affirmative action and DEI and all of that stuff. See, we don't get none of that stuff. The affirmative action, those are white women. They get most of that. These DEI programs, these are for white Hispanics, white LGBT. We don't get nothing. They don't treat us like no damn kid. They treat us like orphans and just kind of use us as mascots and then toss us to the side.
Yep.
We don't get anything at all. Everything Black people get, we have to earn it.
And then
there is no set aside program specifically for us where we get some type of unearned benefit. Now in the dominant white society, the Jim Crow era, that was affirmative action for white people. We got to be very clear.
That's different from us.
No one or no group has gotten more unearned benefits in this country than the dominant white society. You had things like the Homestead Act, where all you had to do is be white and you can get land in the western part of the country.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You had preferential treatment with white predominant unions that were white only. And you would get preferential treatment with jobs just by being white. After World War II, which many of our family members had to fight in the war, when we came back, we couldn't get them those DA loans. We couldn't get those loans, but if you were white, you can get those
Oh my
specific
God,
home
the
loans
editor,
that was
bro.
underwritten by the U.S. government,
Should we
and that
take
helped
that
create
go?
the white middle
Oh,
class. That
God,
wasn't something that they earned. You
Rico,
got it
there
based
you go.
on race,
Old ass,
and
old
they're still
school.
benefiting
Lord
from
have
that now.
mercy. The boule is
So
in the
this whole
building.
narrative that
What
black
are you
people
saying? The black
got
people
anything
the
from the
black
Democrats or the
Hey,
Republicans, we've
Rico,
not
why don't
gotten
you get your ass up out
anything
of here,
whatsoever.
man?
You worked hard for your
Okay.
loss.
Now they play this little
Yeah,
Shout
get
out
your
to
ass up out
potato
of here,
game
Rico.
with
You
each
Get
full
other,
of
my
shit.
ass up out of
basically
here. Get your ass
blaming
out of
each
here.
other for
We
racism
already know
against us when
about you,
both parties
Cameron.
practice anti-black racism. We are the political football.
Thank you,
Basically,
cuz.
they kind of
Get
compete
that
to
fool
see
up
who's
out of
going to
here.
give us the short end of the stick. And
Cuz,
that's the
beat me
long and
to it.
short
Take
of
the
it.
spot,
This is why
Rico.
Yeah, he's
reparations
gone.
is
Fuck it.
important.
Yeah.
We do need reparations
Cuz got
because
a
that
wrench
is something
too.
that is old.
Yeah.
That's why there's such a people are having such a hissy fit about it, because now we're really demanding some real tangibles,
Right.
because tangibles are given to all these other
Yeah,
groups
you were
except
going,
us, and
cuz.
the only group who really deserves tangibles, especially from the United States government, from the constant aggrievement they've levied on us since slavery, that is foundational Black Americans. So that makes sense, Aiden?
Yeah, it does. I just feel like Democrats, put the Black community down specifically, whether in whatever way they can. I just feel like they're trying to prevent growth and success as a community as a whole. That's just what I kind of feel, for one. And two, if anybody is going to get anything in this nation, I would much 1,000,000% rather than us spend billions on people who don't belong in this country. We spend it on our citizens, whether it's Black communities or not. We're dumping all our tax money on foreign politicians and illegal migrants by the millions. What are our people doing that live out here?
Yeah, absolutely.
By the
It's absolutely
billions,
terrible.
crackers.
But I agree with
By
you.
the
I don't know about the
billions.
reparations part. I don't know if you mean financial or to give the same kind of privileges that have been awarded over the history of the United States to other people.
No, the same thing. We're going to have to get with the Native Americans, what the red natives, what they get. We need that same exact deal. We need the
Be
exact same thing that's
careful.
happening
Be
with the Native Americans. They
careful.
get compensatory justice, and we need the
Be
exact same
careful
thing,
on
because
that
we were
bed,
treated
Rico.
way,
It's
way
to
worse.
the little
And also,
bighorn.
many of us are
Minus the
Aboriginal to this land too, and we
reservations.
were reclassified.
Don't
So
want
yeah,
the
we
reservations.
need that. So, but I thank you so much, Aiden. Let me get some more calls. Let me get my brother Robbie in here. Robbie, hop on in.
Good morning, Tariq. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
It's interesting with the Hispanic thing. I won't be too long-winded, but what I see is buyer's remorse, because too many people have been here just trying to wash white. And what you're seeing right now is like a racial credit check. So for those who don't pass the paper bag test, for those who were thinking they were white and they were on team white supremacy, they basically feel the rug pulled underneath them, and they want foundational Black Americans to put the cape on, because they know that our grassroots really does move the needle, whereas their grassroots was only just trying to look out for themselves and play both sides of the fence. And what happens is you have delineation amongst their groups. The ones who have their American citizenship, they don't even want to associate with those that are illegal. And what happens is some of them are getting gaffled up now. So that's the only reason why they're speaking out, because they're embarrassed, because they don't stand on business like we do. And, some of these suspected white supremacists, I see all these groups popping up. I was in one earlier. They kept muting me. They are so concerned about foundational Black Americans getting reparations, and then they always are concerned about the dollar amount. So my thing is, white folks just have 500 milligrams of denial they take every day, and they have a master's degree in deflection. And as long as we come up with receipts, and as long as we have people like yourself that bring the scholarship, it arms us with so much knowledge that all they can do is either troll or get angry. And as you say, everybody right now needs to hold their own. And I'm gonna land my plane.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Robbie makes a very good point, man. Look, all of these other groups.
That's the one I did.
Look, whenever they talk about them fighting for civil rights, don't let them run this game. They were fighting to be labeled as white. Every one of these people, when they have a so-called civil rights movement, they would fight. They're like, look, oppression is okay, just long as it's not us. Hey, it's okay to be oppressive, but just let us be white, and then we can all oppress the Blacks together. It's that type of deal.
Yep.
So whenever they talk like the Hispanics, they're real big on that. They like to talk about these civil rights movements that they were doing before us. That wasn't no damn civil rights movement. They were just fighting to be damn white. That was not a civil rights movement. We had a real civil rights movement where we wanted to have everything equal for everybody. That was our thing. We said, hey, everybody should be treated fairly, regardless of race, color, sexual orientation. That's what our vibe was. Let's treat everybody equal.
Man, that
The
likes
immigrants
pussy,
come over, don't have no
You got
racial
me
quota.
fucked up on that
Let the
one,
blacks
Tariq.
over here too. Let the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Asians, everybody come on over. That was our vibe.
I think
see,
reference
that's
to
why
the
people want to
Stonewall
align with us so
rebellion,
much.
Bacc, and
There's a
Detroit.
reason why people want to align with Foundation of Black Americans, because that's because of our historical leadership in social justice movements. See, we have a long history of leading civil rights and social justice movements.
Yep.
That's what we're known
They dubbed
for.
me as a social.
We've set the
social
precedent
justice
for fighting
activist.
systematic oppression. So that's why people always want to
Everybody up,
align with us when things get hot.
social justice.
Also, family, we have a moral authority and credibility because of our enduring struggle against slavery, segregation, Jim Crow, systematic racism. We have a unique moral authority that makes our support symbolically powerful. So when we align with somebody, that legitimizes their movement. When we don't, everybody's like, well, damn it, oh well. I'm telling you, that's why, family, everything is all eyes on us.
Yep.
All of these people, shit start happening to them. The whole narrative is them. What are the Foundation of Black Americans doing? Where they at? Come on, y'all. Why don't y'all Foundation of Black Americans help us? That's why a lot of us are confused. Like, why y'all really looking at us? Yeah, they need us. We have the global influence, ladies and gentlemen.
We do.
Foundation of Black American culture, I'm talking about music, fashion, language, food, all of that. That's global influence. And other groups recognize that aligning with us, that can amplify their causes, because the world is always looking at what we do.
Yep.
It ain't?
No,
Also, man, we have proven organizational power as a block. There's a lot of us,
because they
family.
worried about these niggas getting restless.
Really appreciate this, family.
Yep.
That's why they hated the Black Panther.
We are the only group of people.
Yeah, so
we're not really tribal like that. We're not really tribal.
Yeah, we're not.
This is why I want us to understand our power, Foundational Black American family. It's 43 million of us. The majority of us know how to get on code. That's actually very dangerous to the status quo, but it's very powerful because we're thousands of miles away. Foundational Black Americans in Oakland will be on code with Foundational Black Americans in South Carolina, even though we're 3,000 miles away.
Yep.
Whereas over in Africa, the tribe across the street, they won't be on code with them. Or in the Caribbean, the village next door, they won't be on code with them. So people can't really organize because they still got them tribal hangups, even with Mexico and Hispanics here. You have some Hispanics that are trying to get on code for justice, but then you have a whole bunch of Nick Fuentes's and Enrique Tarrios.
That tribal,
you know what I'm saying?
It's heavy. Especially
so they can't really organize and get on code. It's too many sellouts among them who are trying to align with whiteness.
That is true.
They're not going to really challenge white supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? None of these groups are not going to really organize and challenge something that they aspire to be. They aspire to be like these people.
Yeah.
So the pushback is going to be minimal. It's going to be minimal. They're not going to have that much pushback against these white supremacists because they want to get their foot in the door. So what they want to do is have us do the fighting for them and do the dirty work for them so they can step over our bloody bodies and then walk into whiteness.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? That's why they want us to do the damn dirty work for them.
Right.
Yep.
So they can kind of hide their hand while we fight for rights that they get, and then they ain't got to get on the bad side of the white supremacists by fighting them for real. We do that, and then they can walk in with their hands clean. Like, hey, you know, when you were getting beat up, I didn't punch you. It was the blacks. You see? So we got to understand the game out here. And also, man, with us, man, we got political visibility. And when we support an issue as foundational Black Americans, it will garner significant media attention. You understand? And the political pressure, that's going to kind of force the hands of people. Yeah. And also another thing about us, man, many groups, they use the narrative of shared oppression to appeal to us for solidarity, trying to frame their struggles as interconnected. See, this is why we keep hearing this thing. Some people try to use scare tactics because we're just chilling this foundation.
I got a
Black
question.
Americans, and we ain't, this ain't affecting us. They keep trying to scare us with, well, what's happening to these migrants, Black people, y'all gonna be next. They keep saying that, and it don't make no sense. Next for what? Where are they gonna deport us to? South Carolina?
Right.
They're gonna
take
us to Georgia. Where they gonna take us? This is our land. This is our homeland. We're not gonna get deported nowhere. This is our homeland, ladies and gentlemen.
Jay Millie to Texas.
We're not immigrants.
Down there,
we're the only non-immigrant group here. We're not going for those scare tactics. Those scare tactics, that's not going to work.
All of those places are still.
Understand? And also with us as foundational Black Americans, we already have established networks of advocacy organizations and activist networks and platforms where we already stand on business. Listen, look at our platform. We're always talking about issues that affect race and gender, well, race and nationality. We're always talking about justice and challenging white supremacy. We do that all the time. That's a normal thing for us.
Right. That's our day-to-day.
We do it so much they say we're race baiting. So we do this all the time.
So
we know how to move and shape around this thing. That's why they want to align with us when things get hot.
They both got his book, Foundational Black America.
Because we already got the networks to discuss and organize and push back against these issues.
Let me check my bookshelf, man, to see if I might have it.
And the thing is, man, again, we cannot underestimate our political leverage.
But I got it.
We got strong voting power, man. And we have that in key areas that makes a lot of our political endorsements or our advocacy critical for many aggrieved groups.
Well, right about
who want to seek some systematic change.
Yeah.
Our political power, we really have to understand how thorough it is. See, they try to minimize that.
Right.
And we showed them in this last election how powerful our voting bloc is.
Yep.
Just a small number deviated off the normal path of what they expect us to do, and that made a whole political party crash and burn. The Democrats are hemorrhaging.
Yep.
They don't know what they're going to do.
Yep.
Man, them motherfuckers might well go ahead and disband,
scrambling,
man.
Trying to figure it out.
Like the
Congressional
disband
before since she got on that helicopter.
Americans historically, we've always shown compassion and inclusivity, and we've all often championed people's causes, and we did things that would benefit other marginalized groups, even when those groups haven't reciprocated the support. Now we're like, it's time for everybody to hold your nuts.
Since day one, like if you're not gonna reciprocate,
because now people are gonna have to get a wake up call. You're gonna have to learn the hard way. Y'all been doing little weird shit to foundational Black Americans. A lot of y'all have been sabotaging our tangibles. Yep. Anytime we talk about getting things for ourselves,
not only that, Tariq, they've been experimenting on us, man. They're locking us up illegally.
Going to our reparations meetings, getting on these panels and getting on these committees, specifically sabotaging things. Remember out there in Chicago, when you had Black people who were activists at a city council meeting talking about reparations, you had damn illegal migrants up in there shouting the Black people down.
Yeah.
Get a job. You're not getting no money. You're lazy. And they're yelling at Black people with a damn accent. They got an accent telling the Black people they're lazy. And then y'all want to act like you don't know why Black people ain't putting the cape on for your cousin getting rounded up? Really? Come on now.
Right.
Don't act confused. You know what it is.
Right.
You know you don't deserve us to go out here and cape for you. We ain't dumb. This whole
We
thing
can't
of
do
this
it no
blind
more
allegiance, those days are over.
because
You
we
know good and
are
well
in
you
the
don't
state
deserve our
of
support.
motherfucking
You know
emergency.
we don't.
Right.
And the shaming tactics ain't gonna damn work.
And they're not working.
It's give and receive time. Everything is gonna have to be equal.
That's it.
We're gonna have to get equal support. We're gonna have to have equal allies. If y'all want us to jump out the window and put the cape on, FBA family, I'm telling you, the delineation, like the brother said earlier, very powerful. That was a powerful thing that we did. They weren't expecting that, us delineating and really focusing on our lineage.
Yeah.
I've been telling people that's what the power is. The power is in our lineage, man.
Yeah.
The power is in our lineage. That's where our strength is. That's why they've always tried to break us up and have us thinking that we're some displaced African or we're some generic African. And they always wanted to make us feel like we're foreigners on our own land. No. The strength and the power is here. Our ancestors knew this. They knew this was their land. I want y'all to understand this. Our ancestors knew this was their land. They knew.
All right, prove it.
That's why most of them knew some of the indigenous tribes that they were connected with. They knew this was their land, and they knew the connection they had with the land. Back in slavery and early Jim Crow, we had very powerful connections to the land. We were practicing conjure, root work, hoodoo. All of that was giving a connection to the land, the environment. We would get strength from our environment.
Yeah.
You understand? We're very powerful people. We got to really understand that. Let me get some more calls in here. Let's get Congo in the building.
Mr. Tariq Nasheed, what's up, baby?
Hey, brother Congo, how you doing, sir?
All good, all good. You touching on all the right stuff tonight, so that's what's up.
Damn,
and
boy,
let me let you know the reason why they call me Congo because you always get on. My daddy was born in 1937. He was 54 years old when he had me. I was born in 1981. He was a world traveler. He fought in the Korean War. He nicknamed me Congo, and my little brother Shabala was an evil spirit and a good spirit through Africa. But I'm foundational Black American.
Oh,
he was actually Blackfoot, Cherokee,
sound like my grandma,
Irish, and Black. By the way, in Massachusetts and Oklahoma.
My
mom's people come up out of Arkansas,
Irish,
Helena, Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are main
So I'm
motherfuckers
foundational
that
Black
hated
American.
us.
Love it. Love it.
So I stay in Oakland, California. You already know that. Much love from the 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My daughter, my youngest daughter, she's 7 years old. So she's going to this school. It's mostly predominantly Mexican. She learns Spanish and English at this school. 80% Spanish, if you can believe that, right here in Oakland, California. 20% English. My wife go to pick her up today from school, and they did the Joe Clark. They got the chains on them. No.
Wow.
I said, yep. They fight for ISIS. And these are the battles that we go through in California. And this is why they don't understand why we stump so hard for deportation. Because me, as a 43-year-old Black man, we never had to learn Spanish. But now, my daughter at 7, growing up in Oakland, the town totally flipped to more Spanish. So now she has to learn this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think it'll benefit her later on. But at the same time, look at the trials and tribulations she has to go through now with this ICE raid. And me and my sister was talking earlier, and I'm like, you right, Tariq, we got to get them out of here. You feel sad for the kids, though. We all human. You know, like you said, we've been through so much degradation. We know how it go. But, yeah, they have to hold their own nuts, and this is what we going through in Oakland, California. That's my report. I'm going to land my plane there.
Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to the town.
Okay, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on why do other groups need FBA support?
Okay, it's for the simple fact is that when we was brought here, conditioning down there on the Jim Crowism, you know, as we know, they didn't want a nigga to read. Okay, it's because if a black person started reading, he starts thinking. When he starts thinking, he starts realizing.
See, not just any nigga. That didn't apply to just any nigga. That applied to the freedmen, to the foundation of Americans, the descendants of American child slavery. We're the only ones in the history of this country that have had whole laws passed to keep us from reading and writing. But
yeah. Okay, it's because, as I stated, okay, is that once the brother started realizing, when he starts reading, he starts thinking. When he starts thinking, he starts realizing his position. Once he starts realizing his position, he starts rebelling. Look at Nat Turner. You know, Nat Turner had an eclipse, man, go over when he did his thing, from what I understand. You know what I'm saying?
And the eclipse was similar to the one that we had last year. Same path of fatality and all of
that. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, and this is why, you know, I want to give it Dr. Kwesi, is because he has an abundance of knowledge on that, of how we...
Nat Turner was in 1831?
Yeah, 1831. And keep in mind, Brother Che, Nat Turner was younger than you when he did what he did, and he was only 31 when he got killed. Yep. So now, did Nat Turner commit revolutionary suicide, to quote Dr. Newton?
So that means he was born in 1800.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? So did Nat commit revolutionary suicide? You know, that's just a question I'm putting out there. You know, feel free to comment on that there, Jay Militant. Let's look at Sister Harriet Tubman. Okay, well, I'm going into the deep south. I got my street sweeper with me. Big ass, 6'8" motherfucker, 300-pound solid man. Oh, man, Harry, we got to go back to mass. Yeah, we got to be doing this. And Sister Harriet leveled the street sweeper. Look, clown, you either going to be free or dead. You got to like about less than 10 seconds to make up your fucking mind. And if you don't come up with the right answer, I'm going to make it up for you.
Yeah, well, they try to kin all that to the white abolitionists.
Okay, well, there was a white abolitionist that did support her. Oh, shit. Okay, Brother Che, you got me going. I have to go back and do research again. God damn, man. I wish I had some more of that view.
Platforms. We do research. You know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, that we do, Brother Che, because I got books, notes, everything scattered all over this place, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, and somebody up here, give me a call.
Hold on. I was just making fun. I said that's Shabaka's hotline.
Oh yeah, and I get back with them because I always try to return the calls. I always do. But one thing though is this here, Black family. All right, my generation, Brother Paris, to quote the words of the one and only Mr. Bruce Lee. Okay, hey, everybody dug Bruce Lee, man. You know what I'm saying? He was only 32.
Well, we made him crack. We made him hot, Shabaka.
Everybody dug Bruce Lee, man, you know, but he said
in Oakland, they took him under their wing, and that's where he got all his swag and finesse from.
And then keep in mind is that Bruce was also training some members of the Black Panther Party. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, and he says in any given situation, man, because I had the Tao of the Jeet Kune Do, and I lost it over the course of my life. But the Jeet Kune Do was the way of the intercepting hand or the intercepting foot. Now, keep in mind, he was doing this here on the physical plane, but as you know, Brother Che, there's a harmony between mind, body, and spirit. You have the spiritual plane, the physical plane, and the mental plane. But what it is these goddamn Uncle Tim Scotts and these brain dead ass motherfucking Negroes, man. Oh god damn, boy, do they do a lot to hamper our progress. Just like the sister that you showed me the YouTube video where she told this other ass motherfucker in Nigeria, she said, look, you stupid ass motherfucker, don't you know if you would have brought your black ass over there to Birmingham, Alabama and Wilmington, North Carolina in 1962, they'd be hitting your black ass with them fire hoses as well, too.
Yeah, I think you told that to Vivek.
Yeah, oh man, fuck Rami Salami, fuck him. Yeah, Rami Salami, yeah, man. Yeah, shit,
Well, Elon, the musty man, said the same thing, Shabaka, and kicked him off of Doge.
Damn. Yeah, but keep in mind is that Musk is not an African. He is a goddamn boy. If he was bringing his lily white ass out here along with the orange dude out here to Nevada, say 1, 2, 3, and say in about a good 4.5 months. You know what I'm saying? And
June,
go to
July.
Huh?
But about May, June, July.
Yeah, oh yeah, man, yeah. We have a wind chill here, man, about 104, 105 degrees. You know what I'm saying, and whatnot. You know, and I would take great pleasure in watching that motherfucker roast, because I ain't never had sunburn before in my life. I've been to Colorado. I've been there.
I can say that. The first time I got sunburned, the first and last time I got sunburned, was in Las Vegas. My whole face peeled. My whole face peeled from the top of my head down to my damn chin down there.
Okay, so the shea butter, man, that dude would be the perfect defense against it.
Yeah, but I think that came from being out in the sun here in Denver during the DNC. I did the opening and closing for the DNC.
Oh, okay. Well, then it sounds like you had been out there for a while, man. But then keep in mind up there at that altitude too, Brother Jay, is that has something to do with the air as well too. Is because I told you one time, man, I was in Denver, Colorado.
It's the same DNC when Osambo.
Oh yeah, change that we could believe in. No good bastard, yeah. And then I remember, man, I'm sitting at a bus stop, Brother Che, over there on
Colfax.
Yeah, now Colfax goes east and west. It was the street that runs north and south. I think it was
Colorado Boulevard.
Okay, wait a minute. No, it wasn't Colorado Boulevard. It was east of Colorado Boulevard. It was over there, man.
Monaco.
Yeah, Monaco. Because I'm sitting there at a bus stop, right?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what the fuck happened. But next thing I know, man, the damn paramedics is there. The Denver Police Department is there, man. I'm saying, what the fuck y'all is? Yeah. They said, well, what had happened was.
That was, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, Shabaka, that was right after old boy died at the zoo.
You know what? And you talking about old boy, man, that was with his broad, man, and he was leaving her ass and tried to run into the police station. She dumped on his ass.
No, not that one.
Oh.
About the one where the brother, he was with his wife at the zoo, and he had a heat stroke, and they didn't know how to treat him because he was so erratic or so upset at the time. His name was Orlando Ashley.
Orlando Ashley. Oh, yeah, that sounds familiar, man. You know what I'm saying? But however, though, so when they woke my ass up, right, and they had a Denver police officer right there with the same slave name as me, and then he gonna try to joke. Well, we related. I says, look, man, check this out. I'm not even gonna dignify that statement with an answer, okay? First of all, they're gonna say, do you want to go to hospital? Hell no, man. I ain't got no goddamn $2,000-$3,000, man, to pay you off for overnight stay. Shit, if I'm gonna spend that kind of money, I'd much rather go to fucking Hilton. But anyway, but however, you know, I appreciate them, you know,
checking up on it.
Yeah, you know, and I says, okay, well, how'd you get the call? They said simple, is that you were stretched, okay, and somebody called from a cell phone, you know, and that's why.
That's why before they enacted the camping ban too, because shortly after that they had enacted the camping ban, and they took all the benches out. You'd be hard pressed to find a bench out here now.
Damn. Okay, yeah, but I was just walking down the street running an errand. And I said, let me sit down and breathe for a minute, you know.
Yeah.
But I think what the key element was, Brother Che, I was not hydrated. You see what I mean?
Yeah, you can get
you see,
quick out here.
Yeah. And so they said all your vitals is good. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh, you need to go to the hospital. No, I don't, man. What the fuck I need to do is go rehydrate, man. You motherfuckers ain't hit me with no goddamn $500,000 bill, man.
All they want to do was put the saline drip on you.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then is that the winter is there in Denver, Colorado? Yeah, because that motherfucker there be 65 degrees a day and be damn near 10 degrees below zero tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
Y'all got crazy ass weather there, man. You know, but I saw on the Weather Channel is
live
that.
right next to the Continental Divide.
Yep, and then on the Weather Channel that I saw is that the scientists, it wasn't Bill Nye the Science Guy, but what the scientists said is that this, ladies and gentlemen, is a phenomenon, meaning something that happens that they cannot explain, okay? Because the cold air is coming out, you know, out of Canada, out the north, right? Then you got all the desert heat that's coming up off the desert. You see what I'm saying? So quite natural too. Of course, when the two get together, they collide. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you forgetting the Gulf, which has been renamed the Gulf of America.
Damn, you know
that moist, warm air coming off of that too.
Oh yeah, but once again, hold on, wait a minute. Let me recall my. Okay, you are above New Mexico. Wait a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I think you all do get a little bit of effect of the Gulf, if I recall my basic geometry, not geometry, my basic geography. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And then just like this
geography and topography.
Yeah, exactly. And then two is like that Continental Divide, man. Yeah, that's a motherfucker right there, you know.
Yeah, because you got clashes, you get the clashes of hot air and cold air. That's how I was taught. I studied meteorology. That's what I was going to school for, was meteorology. I was going to be the weatherman.
Okay. Hey, Mac 285, what's going on with your Mac 285?
Well, we just know what these other groups coming to want an FBA to come to their rescue.
Yeah, and we can't pay for them for these motherfuckers no more. You know,
they've been on for 6 years at least.
Yeah, man, we can't do it, you know. And then everybody, you know, want to go to Hollywood and see these goddamn jigaboo ass movies about us and all that, and us killing each other, calling our women a B word and stuff like that. And then as soon as we try to speak against that type of stuff, oh, you guys are black racists. You got first place people. There's no such thing as a black racist, because we don't control no police departments. We don't control no high institutions of learning like Ivy League colleges and stuff like that. You know, you all go over there to our Keyblon and stole every goddamn thing, claiming it as your own.
All right, I'm gonna move us to the next topic, Shabaki.
All right.
Nelly responds to Bacclash. So rapper Nelly, you can find me in St. Louis, where the gunplay rain all day. Some have jobs, some sell yay. Others just smoke and fuck all day. Responds to Bacclash for performing for President the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Absolutely.
So Uncle Phil, again, is going to give us
what Uncle Phil talking about
on these Democratic shills. Unfortunately, Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. I hate to say it, y'all. He's a Democratic shield, but it doesn't take away from his contribution to hip hop and the black community.
All right.
Willie D, shout out to Willie D. Definitely shout out to Willie. He did an interview with Nelly, and Nelly, was recently performing at inauguration events for President Trump. But there's some people that took issue with Nelly doing that. So let me go ahead and play, Nelly's response to people, criticizing him for performing.
What do you say to the people that say we're not giving you this backlash because of your political affiliation or your political choice or whatever? We're giving you this backlash because you are propping up a white supremacist.
I would ask them to show me where he's a white supremacist, and here's the thing. Okay, I get it. He did say if you don't vote for me, you're not black, right? Oh no, that wasn't him. That wasn't him. Hold on.
God damn.
Hold on. He did create.
I know where you're going.
He did create the crime bill in the 90s, which said that if you get caught with 5 grams of crack, you do a mandatory.
Yeah, that was Dementia Joe. Not the dumb.
President Cameron
Dementia Joe.
That said that the crime bill played a
Yeah.
part. No, he didn't do that. Let me see. What did he do? I'm trying to think. The white supremacist. Hold on. I'm gonna get to it. Okay. He did not rent to black people. What was it, in the 70s or the 80s? Is that what they said? And okay. Is he written to him now? So nobody's allowed to change, right? See, here's the thing. So we can talk about past, but we never want to talk about our past. If our past get brought up in our community for a lot of what our men did, we always call it rehabilitation. Yo, these young brothers, we've been through a lot. I know I've been through a lot. If my past was what was going to prevent me from winning today, I wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that he ain't got some f***ed up ways. That's not what I'm saying at all. That's why I'm not telling you who to vote for. But what I'm saying is that he's the president of the United States. He's not the candidate for the United States. He's the president. He won. I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't know that I had to agree with your political choices, and I thought it was the things that you do, not the things that you say should be done. If you follow what I do, this shouldn't even be an argument. He's the president. He won. This isn't a campaign. This isn't an RNC. I'm not out on the political campaign. I didn't get none of that 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Like to try to help somebody get voted.
Kamala didn't invite you to
No. She didn't invite me.
She didn't invite me either, man. I was gonna be all at home.
Like, so but I don't knock the ones that did. I don't knock the brothers and sisters that benefited from it. I don't knock the correspondents that may have gotten money to do that. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because it's an honor. I respect the office. It don't matter who is in office. The same way that our men and women, our brothers and sisters who protect this country have to go to war and have to put their life on the line for whoever in office. So if they can put their life on the line for whoever in office, I can damn sure perform for whoever in office.
Well, Nelly had a point.
Yeah, Nelly did.
Barack Obama did not invite Nelly to perform or anything. He said he didn't get none of the money that Vice President Harris had when she was giving it to Glorilla and everybody else. He didn't get it. He said the only person that really called him was, the people with President Trump. So what you have to understand that Nelly's an entertainer. Nelly is not out there as some political figure. So why are you trying to put a bunch of political things on Nelly when we've never known him to be out there in that forefront of politics? I mean, it doesn't make sense. You putting that on Nelly. Like Nelly has always been, I never even heard nothing bad about Nelly too much on the street. But you have to understand, people get mad at Soulja Boy. People get mad at Snoop Dogg, right? Now, Snoop Dogg, yes, I can see why people say something about him a little bit because he was calling people, sellouts for performing for Trump back in 2017. But see, the reason why Snoop had got cool with Trump all of a sudden is because he pardoned his partner Harry O.
Yeah.
Trump pardoned him on the way out, and then he had a change of heart about Trump, so he pardoned his partner. Yeah, right. So Snoop should really be addressing that because a lot of people remember the video that he made, but Soulja Boy never really put out no video like that about Trump. So that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. They are entertainers.
Yeah.
And if you are entertainers, you get paid to do shows.
Yeah.
And there are people going to be there hearing the different events. The world was watching all these events. Well, shoot, that's people that could be, downloading your albums and going to your future concerts. Maybe they even heard of you before. Because some people may not have heard of him before, even though we have, of course. But what if other people never heard of him before? People throughout the world that was watching maybe like his music now because of what they heard. So it was a grand opportunity. Remember, he's an entertainer. He's not a politician. So I don't put Nelly in that mix. We got enough people to talk about the politics of America or Black America in particular. And Nelly is
right.
I think the one who started with the celebrities or the Hollywood.
Oh, that's what I forgot. Damn, I forgot a topic, y'all. Something just clicked in my head about that. But go ahead, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on what Nelly just said in response to the backlash he's been receiving for performer Trump?
Okay, all right. Well, first place you have to understand, man, is that these political parties, okay, whether they're saying it or not, they are compensating, the entertainers to come there. You see what I mean? Whether they're saying it or not. Okay. So, that's how he makes his living. You know what I mean? And like I said, that's why I've quit voting, man, is because although a lot of our people went out here to die to vote, you see what I'm saying? They really going down in vain because, see, these goddamn elections are bought. You see, I mean, let's be real. Ask yourself this here. I ask our audience as well to please comment in the chat. Okay. When they go up there and they select these motherfuckers, old Sambo won. Well, the dumpster won. Old Biden with his senile ass. Or that no good bastard in 1980 with special effects of Grisha Formula and Crazy Glue won.
Yeah.
How the fuck do we know that they really did win? How in the hell do we know that these goddamn billionaires, millionaires, and what have you are not rigging this shit? Man, they could be telling us any goddamn thing. I mean, really. Think about it.
Well, I do recall a speech right before the jump was inaugurated, or the same week he was inaugurated, where he said that the election was rigged. So,
okay. Now, let's turn back the hands of times a little bit. You remember down there, man, when old Bush Jr. was running for president?
Oh, yeah, in 2000, yeah.
Exactly. And then his brother was the governor of Florida.
Jeb Bush.
Yeah, okay. And then they were saying, is there something wrong with these punch outs on these ballots, right? Now, why in the fuck would Jeb Bush not back his brother? Yeah, but why would he not back his brother? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, let's be real. Blood is thicker than water.
That's called nepotism, Shabaka. Nepotism and
yeah. You see, you've been having this
colonialism.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's make a deal. You know what I'm saying? Now, a legal contract. Now, let me make sure I got it right. Okay. Consists of 5 elements. 1 is consent, proper subject matter, 2 or more capable parties. You see what I'm saying? Let me see. Fuck, boy, I'm going back some years. Okay, proper subject matter, 2 or more capable parties, consent, mutuality of obligation. Now, here's the key. Consideration. What is consideration in that contract element? Money, cash. How much you paying me to do this here, motherfucker?
Cash money.
Yeah, you see what I mean? So,
money.
I mean, so why would these goddamn raggedy ass elections wouldn't be any different? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I tore up my voter registration card, man. I ain't got time to sit out there and wait.
3 times, Shabaka. I could tell you and the audience it's all about the money.
Yeah, exactly. See, so therefore, hey, man, motherfucker, you want me to go out and vote? You got to pay me. You don't, because you a man of integrity. But any of these other motherfuckers out here, man, you know, go sit up there and come up to me in my travels. Well, man, I need you to vote for me. Well, how much you paying me, motherfucker?
Right.
Straight out. I got bills.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How much are you paying me to go stand up here in some goddamn line for 2.5 hours, man, to vote on this bullshit? Where's my compensation at?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know. See? Oh, man, you know, a lot of our people died for the right. Man, I've been hearing that bullshit, man, for the last 60 goddamn years, man. Every fucking election, we always get the short end of the stick. Okay? We shall overcome. Pow, bang. Here's the fire hose for you. We shall judge a man by the content of his character, not his race. Now, the irony of this bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, is that you had all these goddamn anti-Martin Luther King people gonna sit up there, but yet, though, they're gonna use his words. Look at that minstrel motherfucker they had up there, man, you know, when Dump got selected.
Oh, yeah.
That motherfucker was a goddamn minstrel show, man.
Lorenzo, Freewell, Pastor.
Yeah. Up there mocking Dr. King. The King family ought to go up there and whoop his ass.
Right.
You see what I mean? Yeah, no, you ought to go up there and whoop his ass for that shit.
Sexy Red got caught up disrespecting Dr. King, too.
Oh, really? Well, what's to be said, man? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's because it seems like in the black community, I hate to say, is that whoredom is queen. You know what I mean? You know, these bed wenches out here and all this old type of shit. Candace Owens, you know what I mean? Diane Carroll type of broads. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't do it no more, man. I mean, I can't do it no more. I can't do it no more. You know what I'm saying? And all these other groups with their nepotism, they got more cohesiveness than we do, just like Tariq Nasheed said. All these motherfuckers want us to go come cape for their cause. But when we get murdered by the police and all that, well, he had a record. He just should have done what the police said. Well, say that there to Philando. Huh?
Just comply.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Complied.
Yeah. Yeah, from Rodney King to George Floyd to Philando Castile. You know what I'm saying? You know, and as we had stated, you see, the police are not law enforcement officers. They are policy enforcers. You see, they enforce policy.
And they come off the plantations. They are the patrol. They are the
slave patrols.
The patty rollers. The patty rollers.
Yes, sir.
The same badge that they wore in the good old state of South Carolina.
And then we decided that we slaves down there in South Carolina, hey, man, they got gold in California, and we spend 6 months, man, through all kind of shit, going through swamplands, desert, high-ass mountains and all that shit to go hit that goddamn gold. Hey, here come that slave patroller. Well, these two Negroes right here, they property of old Massa down there, you know. And the way how we would go back to the plantation, brother, we would not be riding no horses. We wouldn't be on no train.
Nope.
We would be walking,
on foot,
shackled, walking, shackled. You see what I'm saying? And then here come these diversionary statements. Well, what about all these other groups? No, motherfucker, stay focused on the point, just like how we have to do Sarge's ass. You see what I mean? You know, what's the professor talking about? And then I think I'm gonna be out after this one here, Brother Che, because it's
we gotta stay for the next one, Shabak. It's about the Terminator, the Skynet.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. After Skynet, I'm out. Okay. So I'm gonna go on mute here and listen to the professor. All right.
So, as we covered last night, the dump is forced to Colombia to take back its illegals. Initially, they said, fuck no. And then the dump was like, hey, how about them 25% tariffs? And they said, okay, we'll play ball. So Professor Blacc, who's going to give us an update on that?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Last night I referenced laying down with dogs and waking up with fleas. Well, these days there's a lot of people who might as well have been sleeping in a freaking kennel. For many years now, you've had people giving cover to these white supremacists and supporting all of their lines, people who should have known better. Now, a lot of them have been people who are not classified as white under white supremacy, and yet these individuals see themselves that way, or at least they want to be perceived that way. When you look at individuals like Stephen Miller, David Horowitz, Ed Blum, Bethany Frankel, Barry Weiss, Ben Shapiro, now, in these people's case, they repeat every anti-Black talking point you've ever heard. People like Ben Shapiro in particular will be the first ones to tell you, I'm not a Trump supporter, I'm not a Trump supporter, I'm conservative, not a Trump supporter. And while it's true that he's not a Trump fanboy now, that wasn't always the case. And all of these folks put Elon Musk on a pedestal. They figure by lauding and praising this putrid bigot and joining in on attacking Black people, that would assure these white supremacists that they're not a threat and to leave them alone. Well, now the people who are helping the white right to get into power are seeing Elon Musk's Nazi salute wasn't some one-off. Musk has now publicly told the Germans that it's time to stop apologizing for the Holocaust. He gave a video address to Germany's far-right AfD party, in which he told them it's time to move on from the Holocaust. Now, it shouldn't surprise anyone that Elon Musk is cozying up with the would-be heir apparents to the Nazis, because Musk is himself a reject from apartheid South Africa. When the South Africans, specifically Nelson Mandela, refused to hold their oppressors economically accountable for their 100-year human rights violations and forcibly divest them of their illegal profits from apartheid, they threw the door wide open for this. And I'm sure we'll have a few morons in the comments section who'll try to say, well, Elon Musk didn't make it big in South Africa, buddy. Save it. He was part of the white ruling class there, and that's what made it where an ignorant caveman like him was basically born on third base, and the rest is now becoming tragic history. Elon Musk is himself of Dutch ancestry, and that matters because the Dutch people are part of the Germanic peoples. All of those Scandinavians over there in Europe are essentially Germans in terms of ancestry, and the same can be said about the Anglo-Saxons in Britain too, which Elon Musk also has ancestry from. So it's no coincidence that he's making common cause with these German extremists because he is one himself. I wonder if the people who have been singing his praises will continue to do so now. Tell us all what an undeniable genius Musk is and how Black people just need to get over it, this, that, and the third, because we've been saying this for the longest time. Nobody ever tells any other group that they need to get over it. Everybody always says that only about Black people. Well, now Elon Musk, of all people, this unrepentant anti-Black racist, he's the one telling some of these other groups, well, they need to get over it. We need to put this in the past. That's what everybody was betting on. Anti-Black racism has become the glue that has held this putrid, wicked world together. And that's what they've been using as a means to solidify themselves. We can unify around anti-Black racism. Well, now everybody else seems to be coming in for some abuse. They never thought this day would come. In many cases, the very folks who have been singing Elon Musk's praises now, they're all quiet now. After years of telling us that we need to follow Elon Musk because he's going to lead us to the future. Well, from the looks of things, the only place he wants to lead anyone is straight to the gas chambers. But you know, Elon Musk ain't the only Trump administration person who's causing some feathers to be ruffled. There are some other folks who are finding out their application to be on Team White Privilege has been revoked. And it's the orange man himself who's giving them their notice. Trump has been sending out military transports in order to return illegal aliens to their countries of origin. Now, down in Latin America, the people who come from those places, they've long been identifying as white on driver's licenses and census forms, but white power has never been fooled and doesn't see them as white at all. In Latin America, they put their anti-Black racism on ridiculous display down there. The anti-Black racism is on another level, and they encourage this in those who immigrate north. Well, now Trump is sending them back, and their respective governments are refusing to let the planes land there. as well as resisting any form of repatriation. As an example, Colombia's president said that he would not accept any of his citizens back. So Trump threatened a 25% tariff on Colombian goods coming into the U.S., and Trump said that if Colombia's president still refused to take back his citizens, then the tariffs will jump to 50%. He was also going to cancel the visas, not just of the president of Colombia, but also all of his diplomatic staff in the U.S. and their family members and supporters. In other words, he was using the diplomatic nuclear option, something that, truth be told, should have been done in this country decades ago. Now, Colombia's president, who news reports call a left-wing reformer, tried to talk tough and said that he would place tariffs on U.S. goods coming into Colombia. In other words, he was threatening a trade war. But if you're going to start a trade war, you might want to do your homework first. Apparently, some people down in Colombia must have told their president that what the U.S. sends to Colombia are things that Colombia desperately needs. Meanwhile, the U.S. doesn't need anything from Colombia. What they send is usually coffee and cocaine. So Trump called Colombia's bluff, and the Colombian president has reportedly caved in and will now allow unrestricted acceptance of his country's citizens. Because I guess he must have also thought the optics looked bad, that Colombia is refusing to let their own citizens back into the country. And that alone tells you everything you need to know about mass migration. For the record, Donald Trump isn't the first U.S. president to try to send back illegals by the plane load. For many years now, these foreign countries have refused, openly, blatantly refused, to take back their illegal aliens. Now, in the case of Colombia, the excuse that their president was trying to use was he said he didn't like it that these people were being put in leg irons and that he demanded his countrymen be treated with dignity, he said. That was apparently his problem. That was what his objection was based on. You got them in leg irons like they're criminals. Never mind that many of them are legitimately criminals and gang members, even in Colombia. And then the guy was talking about he would send the presidential jet to get these guys. One has to wonder how well that would go over with the Colombian people. Colombia is not a rich country, and their president's plane is hardly Air Force One. It's a hell of a lot smaller than that. And do the people of Colombia really think that the best use of their tax dollars is to have their president trying to put on some pathetic PR egalitarian stunt for their media, saying, I bring criminals and illegal aliens back on my plane? I think his country's got bigger concerns than that. See, these foreign countries have been using the U.S. as a dumping ground for their own criminals and cutthroats who commit crimes in those countries and destabilize those nations. So they're only too glad to be rid of them. And since they've been able to export their worst elements to the U.S. for decade on end, they've also had no incentive to fix the problems in their countries for generations now. Problems that have made it where these ultra-violent gangs and other plagues on their societies proliferate. About the only place that's actually done something about the problem was El Salvador. They built an enormous prison and then carried out mass arrests. Yes, it was draconian in a sense, but the situation they faced was dystopian. And you want to know something else about the draconian policies in El Salvador? It worked. Gang violence had become so endemic to that country, they just had a problem where you could just throw a rock and arrest anyone and you would have gotten a gang member. So that's pretty much what they did. Mass arrests. Crime down there has dropped dramatically. The gang wars have been reduced by orders of magnitude. But that guy down in El Salvador, he wasn't afraid of people calling his country a failed state. He wasn't afraid of the criticism he would receive, or to say that mass arrest simply proves that his country had failed as a society. He wasn't concerned about that. You see, saving face is also a huge part of why those countries don't want to address their problems, because their pride won't allow them to. So as they see it, they can't allow millions of their citizens to come back because they never bothered to fix their economies or their social dysfunctions that led to the never-ending exodus in the first place. Their failures at the governmental and societal levels are the problem, but it's not the U.S.'s fault that they failed to fix it. Colombia is a poor country, but as I've explained about Bolivia, Venezuela, and so many other nations in Latin America, it's largely because the white ruling class in these countries, which has misled them for so long, insists on being cozy with the United States. And speaking of people who are way too cozy, CNN is coping hard on this news because apparently Trump called the bluff of the Colombian government made them blink. See, they can't deny that Trump called Colombia's bluff. So they try to word the headline in such a way as to make it seem like Trump somehow lost. White House backs off on tariffs on Colombia after agreement on unrestricted acceptance of migrants. No, Trump did not say, I want to put tariffs in place or we've lost. He didn't say, my goal from day one, put tariffs on Colombia. All he had to do was just simply say, you know what? I don't care if you take your people back or not. Tariffs are staying. Tariffs were not the goal. Tariffs were his leverage. And it worked. The Colombians were the ones who backed off, not the orange man. Look, I can't stand Trump, but this refusal to face reality and refusing to admit when Trump has done something that worked is the very reason that for the second time in a row, the left corner of the white media was dead wrong about Trump winning the election. That's why they were blindsided again when there was no excuse for it. While it's understandable that those of a particular political bent would want to see Trump catch some L's right out the gate, it is stupid to pretend that he hasn't gained some ground or to deny it when he's made some progress with his agenda, such as it is. Love him or hate him, if you're not honest about when Trump wins, then you'll be convincing yourself, if not others, that he isn't winning and hence he isn't doing any damage when in reality he's doing major, possibly irreparable harm. The white media was so deeply in denial about Trump that by the time his one term was over, he had a supermajority on the Supreme Court, the same Supreme Court that now acts as a rubber stamp for any of his policies and says that he can do whatever the world he wants, and no, he's not going to prison either. See, that's the cost of refusing to admit when your opponent has won. If you can't admit when the opponent is winning, then that means you're going to keep losing. These foreign countries aren't the only ones whose pride won't allow them to admit when they're wrong. The problem, though, is bigger than just the white media. The Democrats have a problem, too. This is a problem because of the optics. Illegal immigration has been a major problem for the U.S. for decades, although a lot of Democrats seem to think that illegal immigration was a solution, and nobody wanted to do anything about it. They said mass deportations were impossible, but in reality, as Black people know only too well, when these politicians say we can't, 99.9% of the time, that usually means we don't want to. They can instantly find billions of dollars to give to Ukraine when Russia causes problems, and they can give more than that to Israel, this during record inflation and an economy in serious trouble. Yet for anything else, there's no money at all. There's never any money, or so they say. It's been decades since an American president has done anything big, something that makes middle America feel like the U.S. and by extension, white America, look like they're throwing their weight around. So although most of them will never say it, there's a whole lot of folks on the white left, people who might classify themselves as being left of center, if not outright Democrats, who are actually going to be secretly enjoying, if not supporting what it is that Trump is doing. They're going to be looking and going, well, he does have a point, though they'll never admit it. And that's because of the fact that at the end of the day, they're on team white supremacy. No matter what their political persuasion may claim to be, no matter what rhetoric they may publicly say, at the end of the day, they know that their position in the world is not based on their political positions. It's based on their race. But this kind of goes beyond that. When's the last time a U.S. president had a staring contest with a foreign government and didn't blink? Now, to be sure, Colombia was a target that Trump chose with care. He couldn't have pulled this stunt with China. And China has defiantly told the U.S. for years now that it's not taking back any of its illegal aliens. The Mexican government, however, proclaimed the same thing, though reports are that they've begun accepting some flights with their illegals regardless. They also put out a statement saying, "We will always welcome the arrival of Mexicans to our territory with open arms. Mexico embraces you." Now, we all know that's a bald-faced lie. Mexico literally gives its illegals advice on how to leave Mexico. They tell them where the sanctuary cities are, how to apply for government benefits. They make it easier for a Mexican to leave the country than to come back. And Colombia and the rest of those failed states down there do the same thing. The white media seems more than a little bit confused at this turn of events. The pictures and videos showing migrant women, it's always women, crying and shedding tears and basically giving bilingual statements saying, "Oh, woe is me, what is going to happen to us now?" It hasn't led to some tsunami of sympathy or people saying, "Oh, this can't be done." Instead, it's a matter of, "Well, that's unfortunate, but you broke the law." That's been the response. The response has been from a large number of people, they just don't care. I guess they were expecting that there were going to be mass demonstrations against these mass deportations, but that hasn't materialized. That's because for a lot of Americans, especially white American conservatives, this will feel like what the kind of power they imagine the U.S. wielded back in the 20th century was, especially the decades coming out of World War II with the U.S. as the lone superpower. In political terms, at least if you look at this case in isolation, you can't deny that Trump has demonstrated that he can at least win an argument with one of those banana republics down there. And when you consider the U.S.'s misadventures from Grenada to Somalia to Afghanistan, well, they really needed a confidence builder. The people who were saying that the country would never accept mass deportations have been largely quiet today. The problem was never the money, obviously, or the logistics of doing it. The problem wasn't public support either. The problem has always been political will. The politicians didn't want to do it, both Republican and Democrat alike. The white media perhaps was anticipating mass demonstrations protesting the deportations, but as we've seen over the decades, on the few occasions when there were demonstrations in favor of illegal immigration, it was literally the illegal aliens themselves who were in the streets, not the citizens. Remember things like this. In 2012, the left corner of the white media was so sure nothing would happen that they had illegal aliens on the covers of major magazines like Time, boldly proclaiming they're not legal and they're not leaving either. And the guy who wrote this, by the way, this guy wrote an entire book apparently, or some sort of document talking about notes of an undocumented immigrant. This guy also made sure in his piece for Time that he mentioned that there's a whole bunch of folks from all around the world who come to the U.S. illegally, who are still in the country illegally. He mentioned Israel, Germany, and Nigeria, but he was talking about a lot more than that. So I do think that he did do a service in the sense that he pointed out there's a reason why a lot of these folks, these people who come from Africa and the Caribbean, why it is that they're so eager to identify as immigrant and not Black. And that's because they're able to get benefits and a lot of things given to them by virtue of being an immigrant. And that's why so many of them are so eager to jump on that whole, we are not lazy like these FBAs train. It reminds me of what Your World said about America was founded by thieves, slaves, and opportunists, and we still see these cycles playing themselves out today. Well, that was from 2012, during Obama's administration, when it seemed like DACA and other mass amnesty schemes were inevitable, and it was only a matter of time. Well, what a difference one election cycle can make, because a mere 6 years later, when Trump was in his first term, Time was running a different headline about immigration, ripped apart. White America saw those headlines of people saying they weren't legal and weren't leaving, and that angered them to the point they wanted something done. And whether the left corner of the white media wanted to admit it or not, mass deportations of illegal aliens had become a bipartisan issue, more or less. It certainly had more support on the left side of the aisle than the white media realized. The people who run the white media, be they on the left or the right, they make their money by telling their audience what they think they want to hear. For them, it's not about telling facts. That's what the black media does. For the white media, it's about confirmation bias. So their business model is to build an echo chamber, a bubble, and then repeat the party line loud as they can, as often as they can. That's how you get Fox News huffing their own farts and telling themselves it smells like roses. They swore Barack Obama would never get elected president. Then they coped hard as hell for the first 4 years of his presidency, swearing he would never get reelected. And when he did, by an even larger margin, they couldn't understand why. And it's also how you get CNN saying Trump would lose the election 3 times in a row, but only being right once. And now saying that he backed off his tariffs when in reality, Colombia backed down. I occasionally quote that line from the movie The Departed. We deal in deception here, but what we don't deal in is self-deception. The white media's job is to identify an audience and then feed them psychological comfort food. Well, we don't do that here. We serve you guys hard foods, vegetables, fruits, and whole grains, so to speak. No cookies or candy over here in the B1. And you want to know why we do that in the black media? It's because you demanded it. People with strong minds don't want psychological junk food, which is just as well because people with strong morals wouldn't serve it to you. Speaking of strong morals, where are Black Americans at in all this? And when I say Black Americans, I mean both FBAs and immigrant Blacks who are not tethers. Well, we're fine with it. One of the things we were confident would happen with a Trump second term would be that he would go all in on a number of policies, since this would literally be the last chance that he and his ilk would ever get to be transformative. That means try to go back to the 1950s if they could manage it. In fact, I think what Trump's doing is a far better, far more responsible use of taxpayer dollars for the U.S. military than to waste it using air flights to arm Benjamin Netanyahu's army of thugs, or to do a replay of the Afghanistan war in the 1980s trying to help Ukraine deplete Russia's military, because that's what those two wars over there are about. The U.S. military has the largest air force in the world. If they were a private airline, I can't think of anybody who would have more planes than they do. They easily have the air power to airlift all of the illegals out if they keep the planes running day and night, which, by the way, is what the U.S. military does. And as far as the Colombian president being all hot and bothered that his deportees apparently aren't being treated with dignity, has he seen the images of the inside of that plane? They barely had anyone on those planes. You should see the pictures of what U.S. military service personnel look like on these flights. They got them packed in there like sardines. And these are pictures of Afghans fleeing that country after Biden withdrew U.S. forces from the place. Can you imagine the reaction if this was what those flights to Mexico and Colombia looked like? And I gotta admit, the presidents of Mexico and Colombia talking about treating prisoners with dignity. Have you heard the horror stories that come out of Latin America about the way that prisoners get treated? I sincerely doubt that if there was any sort of mass deportation effort taking place in Mexico, Colombia, or anywhere else south of the border, that it would be anywhere near as cushy and pampered as the U.S. experience. You'd wish that the only thing they did was to put handcuffs and leg shackles on you. Let me be clear about something. I trust the orange man as far as I can throw him. Will he maintain this policy? With him, there's no way of knowing for sure, and that's a problem for me. Even if I did trust him, which only a fool would do, Trump is very flaky. He's red hot about things one week, and then he loses interest and doesn't care the next. Once he's won the news cycle and gotten the headlines he wants, he really has no true incentive to maintain this policy, and his history as president shows that he can do a 180 so fast it'll make your head spin. Hell, I could easily see him 6 months from now being asked, whatever happened to all those mass deportation flights and all that? And his response would be, we got a lot of people out of here, very bad people, got them out of here in numbers never seen before in all history, and now they're just leaving on their own. They're so worried about us raiding their place, they're leaving on their own. And besides, this was mostly about getting rid of the criminals, the gang members, and now we have people who are here just to work for pennies at my casino, or I mean for whomever will have them. I could easily see him pivoting to an answer like that. But if he is serious about this policy, and he wants this to become a permanent thing, that would be good. And I, for one, would have no objection to those planes being packed the same way they were with U.S. military personnel and Afghan refugees. And if somebody says that that apparently is wrong, then why is it right and okay if U.S. military personnel and Afghans have to do it? See, it's not as if this would be some shocking, unforeseen thing. It's just that people didn't know how the U.S. military actually works. And since it's the military, that means that there's no need to have government contracts for this. Just put them on military transports, which is way cheaper than having some asinine airline do it. Because the airlines, if they got a contract like this, they would just hideously inflate the costs so that they could go ahead and rake in dollars for nothing. So that's what the Trump administration's been doing the last few days. You had Elon Musk deciding to go full Fourth Reich. And on top of that, you also had some folks outside the United States who are suddenly finding themselves being reunited with their family members, which they thought would never occur. White power is acting openly now. The abuse is starting to get spread around, which is what some people were hoping would never happen. Folks kept thinking that they could call themselves something and that white power would always play along, but it doesn't. This is what happens when you decide to become a tool of white supremacy. In the end, it breaks its tool. People outside the Black community, people who imagined that perhaps they were on the team, well, now a lot of them are finding out what team they've actually been on. The losing team. It's perversely ironic that the guy whose name has become synonymous with lies is making so many people finally have to face the truth. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Sa, Frederica Moore, Francine Wilson, Otis Pimpleton, and Dia Williams. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah.
Well, on that right there, once again, the professor spoke undisputed.
All right, family. Black power is the true power with General Saras, who said kick back, get your mind ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, once again, the professor spoke the truth. You know what I'm saying? And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I switched to the Bluetooth. All right, because I didn't want to have the cord up there and pull over my computer. Okay, once again, man, as we have stated, over the years, it's time for us to do for ourselves, people, because see, this is we are all who we got. It's Black first, fuck these migrants, fuck Trump, fuck Elon Musk. Now, the key thing that I want to bring up, as I've stated all along, Brother Che, in regard to what the professor said about Elon Musk, he just proved my point. That motherfucker is not an African. He's a goddamn boy. He's Dutch. You see? Just like what the professor said right there. Just like what the professor said right there. He is Dutch, okay? And then, of course, I'm quite sure his family benefited a great deal, man, off of the Boer War, where the British and the Dutch fought over the resources of South Africa.
He got his money from apartheid, Shabaka.
He got his money from what now?
His daddy was high ranking in apartheid.
Yeah, most definitely. You see, so therefore, Elon Musk is a white supremacist. You see what I'm saying? And I will debate and I will argue with any brain dead ass Negro. You see what I'm saying? Against that. You see what I mean? Okay. Now, another thing is that all these crackers are in cahoots with each other against us. As you had so well as stated, Brother Che, is us versus everybody.
Yep.
And then these brain dead niggas, I don't see color. We are the same. Motherfuckers, you better recognize the fact that color sees our black asses.
Right. And we at war, black family, we've been telling y'all.
Yeah, exactly. But, and a lot of this knowledge, Brother Che, and I'm sure Professor Black Truth will agree, is that you have to spoon feed this knowledge. You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's why he said you got to spoon feed.
Because
it's not junk food.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then just like, the good doctor who came on there and contributed to our platform, as she had stated, is that they got these GMOs targeting us genetically. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Particularly our women. Even Dr. Ken Adams, and I wonder whatever happened to Dr. Ken Adams. He's the one who came out there and said, that these GMOs are targeting the reproductive organs, or should say the reproductive functions or procreation functions, because reproduction is a manufacturing term, of Black women. You see what I mean? Okay. All righty. Everybody hates us. They want to see us gone. They want to exterminate us. But ask yourself this question, Black family. Why do all these other groups want to have sex with us?
Genetic annihilation.
Yeah, okay, because I believe you did a story on that there when we were with Mile High News on that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you say, and then the only thing I can say about that is this, okay, and we got one more story you said we got to do.
One more before you got to go, yeah.
Yeah, okay, all righty. And so what it is that they hate us because they cannot be us. You see what I'm saying? Now, ask yourself this question. When you look at the history of the Zulu Empire, okay, and they made a mini-series in the 1980s called Shaka Zulu.
Yep.
And what it was is that when the white folks that went up there and saw all those women bare-chested, you know what I'm saying, them crackers sure did love what they saw. You know what I mean? Yeah, you see what I mean? So, like I said, they hate us, but they hate us because they cannot be us. Yep. I mean, look at what we gave the world. You see what I'm saying? Regardless if we circumnavigated the globe or not circumnavigated the globe, and I know for a fact that we did, but at the same damn token, they want to sit up there and take credit for our shit, and then when we go up there and talk about, well, hey, man, you motherfuckers owe some damn reparation. Oh, no, you guys are black racists. Well, what about the Dutch? What about, man, fuck all that. You pissing on my head and telling me it's rain. That's an insult to my goddamn intelligence.
Yep, I agree, Shabaki. So before you got to lay it down, we're going to go the dump again.
I know you. Damn. That motherfucker is a piece of work.
It's introducing STARGATE. Remember STARGATE SG-1?
Vaguely. Re-familiarize me with it.
It was where they were traveling. They had the portals, the time traveling portals, and they was able to time and travel to other planets and stuff like that. And they had the
didn't Jesse Ventura used to do shows on that, man?
Yeah, he used to do a lot of conspiracy theory stuff. But the Stargate was basically you were able to travel to a whole new star system through these gates. So this is what he's referencing, and then artificial super intelligence.
That's dangerous.
Of the Terminator. So we've been saying
it's already here.
We've been saying for the longest we're in Terminator 2 time. And,
Hell yeah.
RoboCop and Terminator is right around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
So
they'll be here during the next presidential regime.
So
because they put it at warp speed now.
So General Sharpton said he's gonna give us an update on that.
All right.
Brother out of Detroit, our brother out of Detroit, out of Motown.
For some information that's guaranteed to be heavy. I'm excited and delighted to not only be accepting members to the Sharpton SETI YouTube page, but also the General SETI YouTube page, two powerhouse YouTube pages, Black Power Education, Entertainment, Culture, Spirituality, History, Blueprint for Global African Supremacy. We got it all for your family. We most definitely want you to subscribe, want you to become a member. The link for membership is right in the chat. It's in the video description. All you have to do is click it. You'll get a video introduction. You'll get a rundown on the memberships, what they entail. You see what all you get with each membership. You see one you like, you should most definitely join. Even if you don't, I appreciate your presence here at the Sharpton SETI General SETI YouTube page. Continue to engage, continue to advance. That's right, family. Ring the alarm. KingSETI.com online marketplace. Official General Sharpton SETI DVD lectures, t-shirts, tank tops, hoodies, African and Kemetic jewelry, holistic tonics and remedies, home decor, accessories for every room in the house. I got something for your family. Want you to check out the catalog, get you a discount, get you something nice, shop and save and shop. Pull the fire alarm, GeneralSETI.com, SETI University. We're talking about over 2,500 videos, 40 different subjects, all the subjects that you know and love from the General. We also got supplemental, also monumental and instrumental research material from the Grandmaster teachers, man. We talking about Egypt, Ethiopia, ancient Egypt, Ethiopia, the Olmecs, ancient America, from Naga to Nigger, African origins of the Hindu Kush, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism, Gnosticism, Kabbalism, Sufism. You see all the metaphysical. You know, we got alchemical. We got it all, family. Freemasonry, hip-hop, occult, Black Illuminati, Black woman is God, the making of the white man. We have it all. Get over there. There's no website on the planet that can compare or compete. Become a member today. And everybody knows SETI popping on Patreon, BPC making noise. We never come. Exclusive live streams. Too hot to handle on YouTube, but just so exquisite. We keep it for our family on Patreon. Over 500 exclusive live streams only to be seen on Patreon. Get over there. Get access to it because it's fire. To all the family out there donating to the General, I thank you. I appreciate the fact you appreciate me. Any of the family out there would like to donate. The link is on the screen. It's in the video description.
Yeah, we need donations too.
Click it, donate. I thank you. I appreciate you. And I thank you again.
And
make sure you subscribe to all my YouTube channels. King SETI, General SETI, Sharpton SETI. Rock that notification.
We appreciate donations too here at Frontline Black News.
Because you love it. Share with your family and friends and comment. Just don't say nothing stupid because I will ban your ass. Here we go, family. Man, I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to get the video up. Donald Trump,
shit up on our goddamn wall and not paying us.
Man, this new push for super artificial intelligence, super artificial intelligence. They are ready to escalate this age of the Terminator. You see, they are ready to escalate this age of the Terminator where artificial intelligence is going to be running everything. You see, and so, you talking about, an age where, humanity will become obsolete in many ways. You won't be nowhere near, so they say, as efficient as a computer, as as artificial intelligence, you will become obsolete. And so they pushing in there into this age where, where the computer can think, so quick. Put in the information, they compile information. They just compile that information and the computer can rapidly within light speed, go through all the different solutions for a particular problem and come up with what it thinks is the best solution, for anything. They start, medicine and shit. And so, yeah, where they talking about where the AI can diagnose and and everything. Look at the blood and diagnose a disease or any type of symptoms better than a doctor. You see, even better than a doctor. They got goddamn cars that can pick you up, pick your ass up. Ain't even got a driver. Won't have a scratch on the car. No accident. Motherfucker, get you wherever you going. Drive you straight there. So the age, and so they gonna, they ready to intertwine it with, warfare, being able to, police the, the cities and of the world, police to be able to identify you while you out there, where you at, chips in you and shit. They can identify where you at, where you're going, who, and so on and so forth. So they're trying to move into this age of the Terminator. And so he's saying that they're ready to invest over $500 billion into this super intelligence. Not just regular AI. They talk about, and when they say super intelligence, that means that where, it's on the level of all that science fiction shit.
Yeah.
Where the computer can make, almost the ultimate decision. Even if even when it comes to putting the keys in for that, that World War III shit where you had to put the key in there and this, that, and the third. But see, it's always been shown in even the movies that this artificial intelligence will become so, powerful. It becomes so arrogant that it refused to accept any type of order.
Yeah.
You see, from from any type of human being and shit. See humans as the enemy. You feel me? And ultimately, if it has access to any type of military, missiles and shit and all this shit, just can initiate World War III. And can initiate World War III. Many times the computer, looking at the movies, these computers, they saw that humanity was so, so violent and so brutal against his own self that the humanity was the problem. Get rid of humanity, and you solve the problem. And so it'll put a virus out there. It send a goddamn drone up, drops, viruses, get the, they got these goddamn robots and shit where they can go in there, they gonna have them in the military and shit. That motherfucker go get a vial. Right on about the, any type of facility that keep the vial, and they got the computer, the robots and shit. Robot go in there, get a vial and shit. Put it on the drone take off without even human interaction.
Yeah.
You see, this super intelligence is, everything is linked. You feel me? Everything is linked to this super intelligence. And so it can command the robot to go in there, get the valve, the robot take the valve, put it on the drone. The drone is controlled by the intelligence. It takes off. It could drop that valve anywhere that is been, directed to drop that vial and, you know, commit, you know, genocide, you know, on the people, eradicate the people, you know. And so it you know, a lot of people don't know where we already at.
Yeah.
See, this is why, you know, I try to show y'all something outside of what other motherfuckers be talking about. They don't really be talking about shit. You know, they already at a certain level, you know, where, you know, they already got the robots out there. Let me get in here. They already got the Okay, you say, oh.
Yep, the robots.
Okay, that's right. What's up, family? What you, T.N., what you got? You got something for me? What you got a question? You got a comment you want to put in there, good brothers? Drop it in there, and I'll put it up there. That's right. All that smartphone, the goddamn smart TV. Because you watch that one. If you got a question you want to put in there, I'll most definitely put it up there and we can deal with it. The Book of Eli does it most definitely. That one with the Secret Service, with the Kingsman, with Samuel in there, and the motherfucker, man, I've been down here since. Yeah. That's all right, family. We're in the house. I didn't have my comments. I wasn't looking at the comments, but I'm in now. But anyways, just like the Kingsman with the motherfucking phone, they militarized the phone and shit, and a certain sound would come through, and motherfuckers would go crazy. And Minority Report, that's another one. Where that motherfucker could, you know, it could look at your genes, and that's another one. That's a good one right there. That Minority, because that's what they talking about. They've been talking about them genes and shit. Yeah. MRA, whatever, it's MRA and shit. Yeah, so yeah, they could look at the gene and tell whether you were gonna be a criminal and lock your motherfucking ass up before you commit a crime. You know, and so if it's programmed to look at, you know, you lock everybody ass up. Yep. You feel me? Lock everybody ass up. Yeah. DNA data banks, yeah, that's crazy. mRNA, that's right, mRNA, that's right. So that's where it's at. And then all these movies and shit, they letting you know.
Yeah.
You know, what's that other one that
Star Trek let you know about this shit 60 fucking
but
years
that
ago.
other one that Arnold Schwarzenegger played in, which was
Terminator.
Another one. Arnold Schwarzenegger played in a lot of them movies and shit that's showing how, you know, what was that other one?
Total Recall.
Yeah. One of your 5% brothers. Total Recall, that's it. Yeah, that Total Recall. Yeah, that was another one. Yep. Total Recall. And so he played in a lot of them motherfuckers too. Tom Cruise played in a lot. And see that motherfucking Judge Dredd, but Tom Cruise, see, he in that goddamn what's that shit? Scientology and shit. And he in there with that motherfucking L. Ron Hubbard shit, you know.
So
and they be on some, you know, he was into that futuristic shit that he had got from Aleister Crowley.
Aleister Crowley.
That Terminator shit for real. Demolition Man. See, they didn't all they didn't all been putting this shit out. I rob all of them. And the thing is, a lot of people think these movies is without, you know, research. These motherfuckers didn't read. See, people don't understand, man. The movies is what we think is you know, a mythology, and even the mythology. These motherfuckers, when they write scripts, man, they do a lot of research. Mm-hmm. They do a lot of research to get them scripts. They want the shit to be, as you know, a lot of time they want that shit to be realistic as possible. That wouldn't make that shit like, damn, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, it just in that one motherfucking movie with Tom Cruise, where the motherfucker kept dying and he kept coming back, and each time he got further and further into, you know, closer and closer to where he wanted to be. That motherfucker just kept dying over and over and over and over. That was a crazy ass movie. And so he kept learning. He was learning how to, you know, each time. No, it wasn't Minority. Was that no? That wasn't Minority Point on that one. That was a newer one where he kept dying and he kept, you know, and he was
not conspiracy theory.
Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow. That he be in a lot of weird shit. Yeah, Ender's Game. I got to watch that one.
Yep, in the Squid Game.
Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow. He had another one after that. Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah, but all that shit is leading to this super intelligence. But you know, ultimately the Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, it was Edge of Tomorrow. Yep. You know, and he had another crazy one that was he had another crazy one too. Yeah. All that Jack Parsons and shit, but this artificial intelligence shit is they gonna eradicate a lot of the humanity with that shit. Because man gonna become obsolete. You're not gonna be able to do what, you know, they're gonna have less and less and less. I seen, you know, many years ago where they said that, man, I mean, they talking about is in about 5, you know, I don't know how close to, you know, being, you know, when I read this report where they were saying about 2030, it might have been 2020, 2040, 2030, in between 2030, 2040 were damn near, you know, a 4 for the goddamn United States military or army gonna be robots.
Wow.
You know, they're gonna have robots in there, you know, the motherfuckers. You know, people might not want to listen no more. You know, they might not want to do the type of genocide warfare that these people got planned, you know? And so they want somebody that ain't gonna have no emotions. Yeah, you know, where they gonna have, you know, 1/4 of the army gonna be robots. They don't want nobody have no emotions. You know, they gonna just program and say, how do we win this war? And the goddamn computer gonna say do this, that, and the third, and that's what is in it. And what the people who run the AI, they're gonna say initiate. You say, how do we win this war? How do we take these peoples out? We need, you know, tell the goddamn mainframe, you know, we need to get rid of 1 billion people. How do we do that? What's the best way to do that without, you know, leaving any trace or any goddamn thing? How do we do that? You know, and it'll come up with the answer. Yeah, it'll come up with the goddamn answer, and all the motherfuckers who run the computer got to say is initiate. You know, initiate, and from that point on, man, this shit, you know, will be in motion.
Yeah.
And so a motherfucker gonna have, World War Z. That was another crazy ass.
World War Z, yeah.
Yeah. You know, it will initiate and start to take out, you know, there's nothing good with that. Because it's about the motherfucking mind. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what they talking about. We built the pyramids. That means we develop our mind beyond anybody on the planet. We don't need no goddamn artificial. The only people that need artificial is artificial.
Right.
You see, they lack something that we don't lack. You see, we connected to the cosmos. We got God DNA and who we are. We are the manifestation of the cosmos in the flesh. We don't need that. See, they need it because they don't have what we have, and so we don't have to. You know, it's about. I don't want no motherfucker to do nothing. I want to develop my own mind.
Right.
So I could do it, so that I can think. I want to study. I want to, you know, I don't want, you know, because I'm going to tell you, but that just show you, you know, studying and shit, that AI shit ain't always right.
Right.
See, the thing is, the motherfucker can't think. Ultimately, them wicked motherfuckers decide what is right. You know what I'm saying? And they plug that shit in. That motherfucker, I done seen that AI shit, and you type something in, and that shit was wrong. That shit was wrong. That shit wasn't right. You see? So don't ever think that damn that artificial intelligence, and that's the illusion. It's the illusion that motherfucker knows something. You feel what I'm saying? Don't get caught up in that. That shit it spit out wrong information. It's only right to the motherfuckers who plug it in, you know, and so they'll put in their own dynamics on what is right. Underground Raw, what you talking about? When did you move to? Yeah. Who you referring to? Underground Raw? You in here? You find what you talking about? Talk to me, Underground Raw. When did you move to Hollywood? Yeah, talk to me. Yeah, I ain't see you just popped in. Yeah, you come right on in. What you talking about? Put something up there, man. Start me off tonight. I got time. Yeah. Underground Raw, they ain't came in the time of these videos. What you mean? I'm still help me out again, man. I'm still not getting it. The time of these videos. I don't know. Help me out again. Give me a little help. You know, I'm slow after 2, I'm slow. You know what I'm saying? Help me out. Give me one. Help me out. What you trying to say? Yeah. Okay, there you go, bro. Yeah. I'm on Eastern time. It's 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock. Maximum Overdrive. Yeah, that was crazy too.
Maximum Overdrive.
All that shit crazy. But see, they been putting that shit out. They tell you what the fuck they trying to achieve.
Matrix.
They tell you they show motherfuckers back when goddamn the Jetsons and all that shit.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers gonna be flying. Man, listen here, man. You see how they got these motherfucking motherfuckers is literally flying. Man, listen, motherfuckers is flying. They got them jackets and shit where they motherfucker be flying. Yeah, they saying they gonna be giving the military them jackets too, where they, you know what I'm saying, where you got that whatever is kicking out the back of that mother. It's like a jet pack. You know what I'm saying? They got them jet pack, and man, motherfuckers be flying. I say, damn, you know, and they say they gonna start giving it to the Navy and shit, so they can land on the plane. On the ships and shit from, they could be say they on rafts or they out in the ocean and shit, and they could come up off them and fly to the damn body bag suit. Yeah, body bag suit. Oh man, I ain't hip to them. Yeah, I already know. Yeah, I already know they got that. I'm just saying they been had that. They didn't master that shit. They mastered that shit. Yeah, that's what they is. Iron Man suits.
Yep.
Yeah, they already. I seen they using. I'm saying they about to officially start, giving it to the military. I know you saying they already got it in the military, huh? But they saying they gonna start issuing that shit on to even more people. Yeah. I seen the robots. Them motherfuckers can shoot better than a human being. Yeah, they can shoot better than a goddamn human being. But, that's what you better learn now. You gonna really be fighting a goddamn Terminator. That motherfucker, he can't, and the thing is, when they take that code and they tell that computer, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna be no rationalization with that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Once they plug that goddamn, and what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? They don't need no human, if they get enough of them motherfuckers, flamethrower beats roll by. Yeah. The motherfucker had to figure it out. Motherfucker better learn now. You better learn how to tap into that shit, if nothing else. Don't let them motherfuckers be the only one doing research on it. That's for damn sure.
Right.
You know, we had to do all of that. We had to study our science and they science. You know what I'm saying? And don't be vocalizing it to every goddamn body neither. It shit can be done now. You know, we do shit, you know, and we don't even know we be doing it.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, they come up with some and the people come up with the solution to that. I don't give a fuck what people come up with the solution to that. And so, you know, they want to get you off the planet. They don't want you coming up with no solutions. They don't want you, you know, because they know that the mind is, like I say, we built the greatest civilization on the planet. There's no way that they could beat us in shit. You know, ain't shit they can beat us in, you know, so they would rather, the only thing they could do is try to eradicate us. You know, they can, even with all the artificial way, you know, that's artificial. That's telling me it's artificial. It's not natural. And what we need with artificial intelligence when we got divine intelligence. I don't want artificial intelligence. I want divine intelligence. That's the natural intelligence that created this universe.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what they plug in that shit. I don't give a fuck how much faith they put into no motherfucking artificial intelligence. Bro, it never be greater than divine and cosmic intelligence. And so that's where we go to override any motherfucking thing.
Right.
You see, it's something for that. It's something that's can knock that shit out of there. And they don't want you to know it. That's why they take a lot of that. You learn them, you know, learning the earth, learning the cosmos, learning them stones and shit, learning them stones in the ground, them precious minerals and the different rocks and elements, and shit, you know, because they use it to make the, you know, the computer chips and all the you know, that shit come from the ground.
Yeah.
And people thinking that, you know, they the only one that got it and all that shit. And man, a lot of them elements that they use inside the computer, our people was weighing a lot of them stones.
Yep.
You see, and we was already, you know, using it. Geology, that's right. Yeah, it was ancient stargates in Africa. Yeah. Of course it was. Our people was, you know what I'm saying, on that level. That one in you got them, a lot of them down in South Africa.
Yeah.
You got them in South Africa. You got them in you got that one Noctiplier in you know, Noctiplier, the one that was in Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
You see? Denderah was a Stargate. You know, Denderah was a Stargate. You know, especially that one up there, and you looking at the temple of Denderah, and you go on the roof, and that chapel that's at the top of Denderah, up in there, you see the circular one that they carved out of there. That circular calendar, you know, that cosmic calendar that was up in there. So yeah, that's where it come from. That's where it come from. You know, and so, you know, and you had you got the Dogon. The Dogon came from the Nile Valley. You know, they say they come from the Nile Valley. So, you know, that's ancient wisdom that went west, and you know, and you got it. So they all over Africa. Some still yet to be found, but it's how you engage with it. You know, you know, and a lot of people have to understand it does not always mean that you just, you know, you walk through some portal and shit and you end up somewhere else. But the science of it will open up cosmic knowledge that will blow your mind once you realize that you have the power. When you understand it and you align yourself with the stargates, and you know, and different constellations will come to, to your knowledge. And, just like the Dogon with Sirius B that nobody had even seen. And as far as the Europeans, until they got telescopes, it's knowledge out there that will, and just like this, we interact with the sun, we interact with a lot of these stars too, and we didn't lost that knowledge. We kind of know how we interact with the sun, and with the melanin production, and how it heightens our intelligence, and so we see that on the walls and shit. Even the moon, we see how we interact with the moon and the different effects that it have on us. But a lot of these stars have the same effect, and we don't, different effects, but I ain't saying the same, but they have different effects. So we done lost a lot of that knowledge, and that's really what it is. Once we understand the different constellations and stars and the effect that they have, and we master that for, our greater and heightened intelligence, then we'll surpass these motherfuckers in a night. You see, lunar effect, that's right. But family, I appreciate y'all for staying up with me. I'm gonna stay on this. We got to stay on this because they moving on us, and we got to be prepared to move back. But stay in connect. Number one, stay in conscious connection to the cosmos. Always pushing your knowledge to know more about the cosmos, about the earth, and this, that, and the third. And just knowing, just like we say with geology, and you can shut a lot of this intelligence shit down with knowing just the geology. Because you'll understand, okay, they're using this and they're using that, but with the laws of opposites, it's always something that'll shut that shit down. It's an opposite to everything. And that's just like a motherfucker take aluminum foil and put it in a goddamn microwave, and you see that motherfucker get to popping. You see blow that motherfucker up. And so they anything that they got, there's something that interact with it that'll shut it down. All right, family, if you're on here right now, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I don't give a goddamn if it's late. Roll over and hit that goddamn subscribe button. Like the video, like it, and share. Yeah, there's some links in the but we'll talk about it. I'll come back and we'll talk about Stargate was used by the ancient before the great flood, then the silly Sabbath thief stole the technology. I believe it and know it to be true. We're gonna talk about that Stargate even more tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it. Okay, we're gonna talk about it. And so hit up some of them links out there in the chat, support the general, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Arm yourself with knowledge, bang on that wicked ass beast daily, liberation through African education and confrontation. Black power.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, as always, please make sure you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. The link to my Telegram is pinned in the live chat if you're watching this live now. It's in the description box below and will be pinned in the comment section once this stream is over. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news, man. Let's get into today's show. Oh boy, it begins, ladies and gentlemen. It begins. Or I should say, it began, right? It began yesterday. Tom Homan finally began mass deportation operations in Chicago. And funny enough, most of you, a good deal of you may notice already, he actually made it a point to show up himself, right? He didn't do this in Boston and all these other cities and states, Los Angeles and so on and so forth. But like we've discussed in the past, Tom Homan, like many of us, including myself, we have a special dislike for Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker, right? So therefore, Tom Homan did make it a point to pull up to Chicago himself in the flesh, and he didn't come alone. He didn't come alone. He pulled up with Dr. Phil. So you know he means business. You know, when Dr. Phil and Tom Homan pulls up in town, you should be scared. You should be scared. You should be concerned. You should be worried. You should duck and hide. And a lot of people are hiding, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. But before we get into the folks that are hiding out in fear of Tom Homan and Dr. Phil, I want to pull up this first clip first, right? Because on Dr. Phil's, I believe his network is called Merit TV, if I'm not mistaken, right? On his channel, or I should say his network, Merit TV, he ran a special, with Tom Homan as they went through the streets of Chicago, right? Capturing illegal immigrant criminals that are out here committing crime. And here is one of the first busts, if not the very first one that took place. Let's listen to this here, and then we're going to get into some other information afterwards.
Say that. Say the what? You have a person like that. Sound. Say the sound. Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged with?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen?
Yes.
But you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You Dr. Phil. You look like Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It had just dawned on him in that moment, like, wait a minute, you're Dr. Phil. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. If I was in the middle of being arrested, federal agents all around me, they have me handcuffed like this guy right here. And out of nowhere, Dr. Phil walks up on me with a trench coat and a microphone with cameras all in my face. I'm not gonna lie. I would be so mad. I would be so irritated. Like, are you serious right now? Really? Dr. Phil just pulled up on me with Tom Homan? Come on, man. Oh, I'd be so mad. I would be so heated. But anyways, let's carry on, man. Let's carry on.
Yeah.
He was like, you're Dr. Phil. What? Dr. Phil?
Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of crimes involving children. He's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than like law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah. You've been charged with crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really? And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh. Let's take them in and process and lock them up.
Got it, sir. All right. You get transport? Working on it. Okay.
So that was just one of many arrests that took place with Tom Homan, Dr. Phil, and ICE agents, that evening. There were a lot of arrests that went down. But before the arrest even happened, right? The day before, I believe, if I remember correctly, the ICE operations in Chicago began yesterday, which was Sunday. But the day before, on Saturday, right, which was this weekend, a news report had came out which showed that Chicago, at least in the quote illegal immigrant communities, they have turned into a ghost town. I mean, that's what happens once again when Tom Homan pulls up to your city with Dr. Phil. Now all of a sudden nobody wants to come outside anymore. Yeah. What's the problem? Why is everybody running now? People sounded really big and bad prior to the ICE raids. I saw that there were protests going on in front of Trump Towers, downtown Chicago, It wasn't a big protest, a couple hundred people, nothing too crazy. But once again, when Tom Homan pulled up with Dr. Phil, all of a sudden everybody ran inside, shut their doors, and nobody was outside anymore. Let's get into this news clip right here.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. From coast to coast, ICE agents going city to city, sometimes door to door, tracking down the nearly 1.5 million undocumented set for deportation. And as ICE closes in on migrants, once vibrant Chicago neighborhoods are now turning into ghost towns. And tonight we are taking you to a neighborhood.
Oh, Brother Che, you still with us?
Yes.
A neighborhood that has gone silent.
Okay, so after Brother Man right here, man, I got a caller tonight because it's 1:17 where I'm at, and I got a few runs to make tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. It is
promised.
All right.
Arrested 1,300 people. Over 1,000 of them were criminals.
Immigration and customs enforcement operations reportedly underway in jurisdictions all across the nation. Federal agents have been spotted in many sanctuary cities carrying out these operations.
I hope the sanctuary cities come around.
The usually bustling and vibrant streets of this Hispanic neighborhood in Chicago sit relatively empty because of the concerns over ICE.
Welcome to Mesquite Restaurant, sir.
This little taqueria, like most in the Pilsen neighborhood, is owned and operated by immigrants. The Cruz family, who in 1994 made the long journey from Mexico City to Chicago to grow their little taco stand into a thriving restaurant.
We got tacos, we got breakfast, chilaquiles.
This American dream is one thousands of migrants are striving for when they cross the southern border. But the drastic shutdown of illegal immigration is a campaign promise the majority of American voters are expecting Donald Trump to make good on.
Honest to you, when he come back again, I was like, man, I feel scared.
President Trump, border czar Tom Homan, and the highest-ranking members of Immigration and Customs Enforcement say they're only targeting violent criminals during these initial deportations. News Nation has seen what these operations look like. I rode along and conducted early morning raids with ICE agents when they arrested men from Iraq and Belize, convicted criminals who spent prison time for robbery and gun charges.
I'm not a criminal.
Now, mind you, right, before we let this carry on, all these people were just out in the street free. They were just out in the street free. Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker are just letting these folks roam around the city and roam around the state just so that you can find yourself victim of one of these individuals. How these people are in office still is beyond me. And if they continue to remain in office after the fact, then like people always say in the comment section, all right, well, it looks like you're getting what you voted for, right? These people shouldn't be complaining and crying about it. And shout out to my man, Papa Onaya Shelley, who's been rocking with me for the longest time now. What he said is so true, right? Concerning how these cities in Chicago, certain areas have become ghost towns now. I saw another comment in passing that's where somebody said something about a flea market in Texas that they normally go to was completely empty, right? Nobody was around. Everybody's apparently in their home scared. And as Papa Onaya Shelley said, that just shows how bad our illegal immigrant problem is. It just highlights that. Because why is everybody running? Why are you inside the house? What's really going on over here, right? This is how horrible the situation is.
Criminal. I'm a good guy. I pay my taxes. I do everything right. You know what's going to happen to me? They're going to grab me too. You know, they're not going to check right now.
We've seen examples of resistance throughout Hispanic neighborhoods, including these signs instructing immigrant men and women to push back and block federal agents from entering their homes. But the reality is, new polling shows 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes.
Can we listen to that one more time, please? 65% of Americans said we want mass deportation. We can never let that, go over our heads and just something that just is stated flippantly. This is something that the overwhelming majority of Americans, like myself, wants and voted for.
But the reality is, new polling shows 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes. That includes Horacio Aguilera, an Iraq War veteran and Mexican-American police officer. He voted for Trump and wants mass deportations of criminals to carry on as quickly as possible.
A lot of Hispanic Americans, there was also a rise that voted for Trump. I think 9 out of 10 people that are living here in America, Chicago, Illinois, are going to agree that if you're an illegal resident and you are arrested for committing a crime, prosecuted for committing a crime, and you are an illegal resident, you are subject to deportation.
And that's something that folks like to keep under the radar. Many of you remembered throughout my coverage of the migrant crisis as it was affecting Chicago during the Biden years, I would frequently bring up the poll that was done in Chicago, in which the citizens were polled and asked, do you favor removing Chicago's sanctuary city status? Overwhelmingly, the Black citizens of Chicago said yes. Right underneath them, the majority of Hispanics also said yes. I'm very happy that they had that individual, I believe they said he's a Mexican-American police officer, who highlighted the fact that Hispanics did vote for Donald Trump, right? A good deal, more than last election. And the idea that Hispanics are in support of open borders and all this kind of madness that Joe Biden had ushered on to us, that just simply isn't true. That simply isn't true, especially in a city like Chicago. Hispanics, they're not interested in open borders in a city being a sanctuary city just as much as any and everybody else is. Going back to that poll, then we're going to move on. Black citizens, Hispanic citizens, and Asian citizens in Chicago all stated that they wanted an end to the sanctuary city status that Chicago holds. It was only white liberals who majority stated in the poll that they wanted Chicago to remain a sanctuary city. All right. Okay. But once again, that's also very important to highlight as well. This whole people of color, minority, marginalized groups thing, and oh my God, you're attacking minorities. The so-called minorities don't want this. So when you have CNN and MSNBC and all these other DNC mainstream media liberal networks pushing this narrative that this is an attack on minorities, oh my God, no, it's not. So-called minorities, so-called people of color are not interested in this, and they want it to end. And they voted for mass deportation. And here we are. Now, outside of the mass deportation, right, I do want to give you guys just a quick updates before we get back to Chicago, right? I want to give you guys a few updates just on what's going on overall. Let me pull this up first. Yesterday, nearly 1,000 illegal immigrants were arrested in a single day. Nearly 1,000, right? And that number is only climbing. I remember, I believe it was 24 hours into Trump's presidency, the number of illegal immigrants arrested that day, the first 24 hours was 300, maybe 46. And there were people that were upset, like only 24 hours in, saying only 346, that's such a small amount. People got to relax, man. Okay. People got to relax. You know, it's happening. The mass deportations are going on. And you can see that this number is climbing with every day that goes past. And with every day that goes past, you know, they fine tune their operations and the way in which that they go about this. But this idea that out the gate, there was supposed to be like, you know, 50,000 arrests a day is like crazy, right? The number within a week's time went from 300 some odd arrests to now 1,000 arrests in a day. People are questioning whether or not they'll be able to sustain 1,000 arrests a day, if not be able to up it. I think that number is actually going to go up more, right? Because Trump has deputized more federal officials to be able to participate, you could say, for lack of better words, but they're able to, what's the word that I'm looking for? Basically, they're able to, I think he deputized them as ICE agents. I'm saying that wrong. It's not deputized as ICE agents, but essentially they're border patrol agents to some degree now, right? That can deport people. I'm brain farting. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I'm brain farting really bad right now. Let me pull this up on the screen for you guys real quick too. Look at this here. Look at this here. Border crossing comparisons, right? Biden versus Trump administration.
All right, Brother Che, I'm out. Okay, I'll give you a call later on today.
Of Biden being in office, we had 12,000 border crossings a day. 12,000 illegal immigrants crossing the border each and every day. Under Trump, that number has plummeted to 665. That is unbelievable. 665. Go figure. This truly highlights how much Biden and Harris were truly lying to us as it pertains to what they could do and what they couldn't do at the border, right? And also take into account and really let it settle in that all these people that are being apprehended all across the country, Biden and Harris are just going to let them roam free. Coming back to this here, 12,000 illegal border crossings a day. Can you believe that if Harris won, this would have actually continued? That 12,000 number would have continued. We dodged a bullet with Harris losing. That is unbelievable to think that this would have carried on had she won. So now what I want to do next is that I want to shift back over to Chicago because I want to get into this conversation here that happens between Tom Homan and Dr. Phil. You know, after they made numerous arrests that night, many of the folks that they arrested were sex offenders. You know what I mean? That were just running around free. And that's what they're going to talk about. I will give you guys this warning, as I tend to give you guys this warning if the volume's a little, you know, there's a lot of background noise because they are in the middle of the street with cars driving around. So if you're in a loud area, my apologies, it might be a little bit difficult for you to hear, but it is what it is. Let's get into this video clip now.
They go, who picks them up? This is who picks them up. This is who lures them out on the internet, and they disappear or they get raped and their life's changed forever. And he shouldn't even be here, but he's doing this. But they don't raise their hand and say, hey, there's somebody that doesn't even have the right to be here that's preying upon our children, and they don't tell you about it.
Exactly. And this governor, Governor Pritzker, and the mayor, they want to vilify the men running ICE. ICE saved children today. ICE saved children today. And it makes me angry. Governor Pritzker the other day went on the internet, social media, saying ICE was attacking our elementary school. He's scaring children. He's scaring the neighborhood, putting fear in the community. We're doing the exact opposite. We're saving children.
I want to take a moment because it might be a little hard for you to hear what he's talking about. What he's speaking about right now, some of you might know this, some of you might not. There was a false news story that went out that all Democrats ran with, including J.B. Pritzker, that ICE agents attempted to go into an elementary school. That was a lie. That didn't happen. It was the Secret Service. And there was some sort of a violent threat that was placed over the phone, I guess. You know, they were just checking up to make sure that everything was okay, like at the school. But it wasn't ICE agents, right? It wasn't ICE agents that showed up to the elementary school. But everybody ran with that lie, that ICE agents tried to show up to the school to deport children, but they were stopped in their tracks from coming in by the teacher. That just simply wasn't true. Meanwhile, in reality, what's actually and truly going on is that you have Tom Homan featuring Dr. Phil, who are actually saving children by bringing these offenders off the streets. Offenders that, Brandon Johnson and J.B. Pritzker had no problem with being free amongst the citizen population.
Sex predator we arrest means more safe children.
Let me rewind it back just a little bit.
We're doing the exact opposite. We're saving children. Every sex predator we arrest means more safe children. So God bless men with ICE. As you've seen today, we're not sweeping neighborhoods. This is a target enforcement operation. We spend a lot of time investigating these people. We know exactly who we're looking for. So it's a target enforcement operation. It's the right thing to do.
Well, let's talk about how methodical this was, because you guys had this man, this monster on the list, and they've been sitting on this guy for 2 or 3 days to try to get where he was and his pattern, and you were actually able to ping his cell phone and get him on the move so he could be picked up on the street rather than if he got to his dwelling, wherever that is, and got behind a closed door, then he could have sat there and you didn't have the right to go in and get him if he sits behind that door, right?
Not without a criminal arrest warrant, but that's exactly the point. He could have been arrested at county jail, in the safety and security at county jail by one officer.
Right.
But we spent hundreds of hours to investigate him, try to find out where he is, and we did find him. It takes a whole team for officer safety to arrest him. Right. It's not efficient. We could arrest many more criminals if you let us in the jail. It's a lot harder to find these guys out in the public. These guys don't want to be found. They're in the wind. It takes a lot of investigative work to find them. Let us in the jail. Don't let them hit the street. It saves officers time. It's safer for the community. It's safer for the alien. It's safer for the officer. But spending hundreds of hours of investigation to find this guy when we could have got him in 5 minutes at the Cook County Jail.
Okay.
I want to take a moment to just kind of elaborate on what Dr. Phil was saying concerning how, they were able to ping his location via his cell phone, and they were able to track him down and how he was on the move. But had he arrived at his, quote, place of dwelling, they wouldn't have been able to go inside, right? They wouldn't have had a warrant or anything like that to go in. What some of you may know, but some of you may not know, you definitely know it if you're subscribed to this channel, which you should be subscribed to this channel if you're watching me right now, and hit the like button as well. I would really appreciate that. Is that in Chicago, many of the aldermen, right, city councilmen and women, were handing out leaflets in these neighborhoods with the blessing of Emperor Brandon Johnson on how to evade ICE. They're giving out information on how to evade federal law enforcement. Who does that protect the most? You got to ask that question. Who does that protect the most? And why are you trying to protect these people? This is why I refer to, those Democrats in Chicago and throughout the country as DNC lunatics. Because you have to be a lunatic to be handing out information on how to get away from the feds when these folks are criminals, like the guy that they just picked up earlier. I want to transition over here right now. And also make sure you follow me on Telegram if you haven't already. That is extremely important that you do that. As I always say, to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning, okay? You don't have to worry about not getting your notifications if you're following me on Telegram, right? The link to my Telegram is in the description box below. It's pinned in the live chat and will be pinned in the comment section as well once the stream is over. So while we have all this going on, right? Look at this here. Let me zoom in. This is ridiculous. Since Tom Homan arrived in Chicago, ICE agents have arrested 6 SEX offenders, 3 Terrain de Aragua gang members, and 2 illegals convicted of deletion. We all know what that means, right? Deletion. Yet CNN tells the story of a grandfather now facing deportation after living here illegally for 30 years. CNN sucks. Oh my God, they couldn't wait to run stories like what I'm going to play for you right now. That's where, the woman that's crying on the thumbnail, it's from this story here. They couldn't wait. All of these horrible people are being snatched off the street in Chicago. And instead of talking about all of these offenders that are being taken off the street, violators of women, trafficking of young ones under 18, right? Deleters that are running around the city, gang members that are being arrested. Instead of addressing that, this is what CNN wants to talk about instead. They want to address this.
The first story that we're learning from is CNN affiliate WLS. This is in a northern suburb. A woman says that her father was picked up by ICE after ICE knocked on his door and then arrested him. This is a man who's 44 years old. He's a grandfather, and he arrived here from Mexico 30 years ago. Here's what his daughter said. Take a listen.
They won't open the door because they thought maybe one of us were in trouble or something happened to us. He never did anything that would have been nice. I'm already heartbroken myself, and I can't really imagine little kids whose families are breaking apart because of this.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. They couldn't wait to run with these stories where they can find somebody crying, talking about families being ripped apart. I've given this example so many times. Some of you might be sick of it, but I'm going to give it again because it's just relevant to the conversation. You know, I have an 11-year-old son. If I'm a fugitive on the run for whatever the reason being, and I get picked up for the crime that I committed and I get taken away, is anybody going to cry for TD's son and say, oh my God, what's TD's son going to do now that his father is no longer in his life? How is his son going to turn out? You literally would not care. Nobody watching me right now would care, let alone this woman that's crying me. So knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. And mind you, this is a clip that CNN is playing that was actually aired on ABC. And they were hamming it up on ABC. They were hamming it up on ABC with the crying, and allegedly a 4-year-old child was crying because the 4-year-old child was scared they were going to get deported. Whenever I hear stuff like that, I just don't believe it because it just sounds silly. You know, the 9-month-old child was scared they're going to get deported. How does a 9-month-old child, how is a 9-month-old child scared to be deported? What are you talking about? The kid's too young to even know what's going on. You know what I mean? But they were hamming it up big time on ABC on the original story. So as we round things out, I want to play this for you as we get ready to head out of here.
It's where Yelitza Marquina fights through her pain and tears after she says her father, Andres Marquina, was arrested from his Waukegan home early Sunday morning by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. She says the 44-year-old grandfather came to the U.S. from Mexico nearly 30 years ago.
They will open the door because they thought maybe one of us were in trouble or something happened to us. He never did anything that would have been nice.
If you're gonna be upset, for those like her who are crying and upset, be mad at Brandon Johnson and JB Pritzker, because that's why I put like the title on the thumbnail that I did. Holman warned you, don't cry now. He literally told you over and over and over again, if you don't let us in the jail to get these public safety threats, then we're going to have to hit the streets. And when we hit the streets, there's going to be collateral damage, because if we come across, you know, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, whatever, if you're illegal, we're going to take you because the law is the law. Holman was trying to give you an opportunity to kind of let everybody get their affairs in order. Okay? He was trying to give you a chance for people to get their affairs in order, because eventually it was going to come back around to those that are just here illegally, especially those that have deportation orders on them. But he just said, you know, for starters, we're going to deal with the criminal safety threats. But if you won't let us get them in the jail, we're going to get them in the street. And if we have to get them in the street and you're in the way, then it is what it is, because the law is the law. So don't be mad at Holman. Don't be mad at Donald Trump. And don't be mad at me for reporting it. You like how I put myself in there with Donald Trump, Holman, and me? Yeah, I'm part of that too. They don't know me, but, you know, it is what it is. I like to think that. But don't be mad at us, okay? Don't be mad at us. Be mad at the Democrats that created this situation. That was an extreme situation concerning the migrant crisis that now calls for an extreme response. Be mad at the Democrats, be mad at Brandon Johnson, be mad at JB Pritzker, but don't be mad at us, okay? Don't be mad at us. Let's carry on.
Who was born in the U.S. is one of many.
Rewind it back just a little bit.
Yulitza, who was born in the U.S., is one of many people now seeking legal help at Pastor Julie Contreras' place of worship.
I had a 4-year-old crying, fearing deportation.
No, you didn't. Oh, they couldn't wait to ham it up with these kind of fake stories. I had a 4-year-old crying that I was going to be deported. Like I said, this ABC News, they really hammed it up.
That is not making America great again.
Their concerns coming as ICE agents began to sweep through the Chicago area, from Berwyn, where this cell phone video was captured, to Albany Park, where a Guatemalan immigrant spoke to ABC7 while asking us to hide his identity.
I opened the curtain and saw that it said police. When I saw the agents get out, they had the building surrounded. So they entered. They went up and started knocking on the doors really loudly. My children started crying.
I told you, oh my God, they hammed it up so much on this ABC little special. Children just crying everywhere. Children allegedly just crying all over the place. Are you going to talk about all of the public safety threats? All of the dangerous people that were picked up? No. Let's make up stories about, children are crying. Why would, if you didn't open the door, if they knocked on your door, and this is how you know he's lying, right? They knocked on your door really hard, allegedly, right? They banged on your door, but you didn't open the door. Why would your children randomly be crying? Every now and then, for whatever the reason being, somebody might be knocking on my door really hard, I guess. You know what I mean? Everybody's had their door knocked on hard at some point in time. If you had children, maybe if you're older, if you had grandchildren in the house, did the children ever just start randomly crying for no reason? Because somebody was knocking on the door really hard, but the children don't know what's going on. They just hear a loud knock on the door? No. Unless they're an infant and they just got woken up out of their sleep, then okay. But if that's not the case, then I don't believe you. You're lying. You're making up stories. And that's just the reality of it, at least in my opinion. I assume.
And started crying.
The fear is that they will detain other people around them, maybe that live there, or maybe that just happen to interact with them. And that's why it's important that folks know their rights and they don't have to answer any questions.
Arming people with that education and hoops, they're prepared for the possible arrival of immigration enforcement.
I'm already heartbroken myself.
Anyways, that's going to do it for today's stream, okay? That's enough of this. Oh my God, they just could not wait to run with these stories. They couldn't wait. They couldn't wait to find. I wish I queued up the video clip too. I don't have it queued up. I have it, but I don't have it queued up. It's of Tom Homan saying that what we're seeing now is what was going to happen, right? There's a video clip of him saying at the first opportunity to get to find a woman crying or some children crying, for whatever the reason being, they're gonna run that on Hyperloop. And now here we are. Woman crying, apparently all these kids are crying. 4-year-old children are saying, I don't want to be deported, even though I don't even know how the 4-year-old child would know what was going on, unless you're putting fear in that child's heart, which would be completely ridiculous for you to be doing that. That says a lot about your parenting, but he said that this was going to happen, and it's here. What we're dealing with right now is a PR war, but for the moment, it's a PR war that Homan is winning, and Trump is actually winning. They're winning the PR war as it pertains to mass deportation, because how do you argue against all of these bad guys being arrested and deported? You can't. All you can do in defense is try to find, videos and photos like this that can pull at people's heartstrings, but it's not working. It's not working. People are seeing this and they're just kind of shrugging their shoulders, going, hey, I don't know what to tell you. Homan warned you, and the leaders of your city didn't listen. So now, here we are. So with all that being said, that's going to do it for today's show. Please hit the like button on your way out. Don't hear me say hit the like button and you leave without hitting the like button. Please hit the like button, okay? Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, right? Hit the bell notification next to the subscribe button. Telegram. Please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group, okay? Please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That way you don't have to worry about not getting your notifications. You get all your notifications via Telegram, all right? And that's it. Follow me on Rumble as well, because I'm on Rumble also, simulcasting, I think it's called. So let's get into the super chats very briefly, and then we're going to head on out of here. Shout out to my man, DSB, who said, ain't no sense in stalling, TD, on here, family. Stalling? Ain't no sense in stalling? That autocorrect got you. Even though I don't know what it corrected, but it happens sometimes. But I appreciate you, DSB. You're always coming through, man. As he did multiple times, gifting out 5 memberships. Then he gifted out another membership, and then he ran it back with a super sticker. Thank you, DSB. I appreciate you, bro, for always coming through the way that you do. Shout out to Cynthia Haynes, who said, I want to express my appreciation and gratitude for President Donald J. Trump and Tom Homan. I'm right there with you, Cynthia. I am right there with you. College of Natural Health Science, BDA, said my black dog is still hiding under the black bed since November 6th, worried about them chains. And now ice. Oh, man. You got me coughing. At first, we were worried about getting put back in chains. Now we got to worry about ice too. I haven't played this in so long. Let me, just for you, College of Natural Health and Science. Let me play this. Let me play this. Where is it at? Where is it at? Here we go. Hold on just a second, everybody. I'm doing this just for College of Natural Health and Science.
They're gonna put you all back in chains.
That's what we were told. They said if Donald Trump won, what was gonna happen to black folks?
They're gonna put you all back in chains.
Oh man, and now I guess we got to worry about ice too. Okay, I guess. Oh man, College of Natural Health and Science ran it back one more time. I appreciate your 10 months of service. Thank you very much. Said you better thank a union member for Tom Homan. Absolutely. You better thank a union member for Tom Homan. Aren't you so glad you don't have to hear this voice anymore?
You better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time.
Oh, geez. Aren't you so happy that that's gone forever? That is gone forever. Just Lord have mercy. I do not want to hear that voice ever again. Al Mick said, I'm late to the conversation, just got off. Replay gang, big shouts out to TD Media Group. I appreciate you, Al Mick. Al Mick, I think is, yeah, Al Mick. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And Willis Addison said, they need to go home, fix their own country. They need to fix their own country. Got to fix their own country. I'll say this in closing, right? Piggybacking off of, what Willis Addison just stated. I saw this, I don't know if it was in Chicago or what, right? It might have been in Chicago, but it was some protest against mass deportation that was happening somewhere, in which there was a whole bunch of foreign flags being raised, right? Foreign flags were everywhere. It was mainly Mexican flags, but it was a bunch of different foreign flags. And I remember I was sitting and I'm watching it and I'm looking at this and I'm observing this. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't ever even know what's going to happen, right? Again, but I don't ever in life want to hear anybody, Democrats, right, ever making these kind of false comparisons between illegal immigration, mass deportation, the tears that this woman is crying, and making that comparison with like the civil rights movement and things of that nature. Democrats are good for like latching on all type of other foolishness to Black history and the civil rights movement and everything like that. That's one thing that they're good for. Go back and watch old footage of the civil rights movement, old black and white footage of folks marching. You had a bunch of Black folks, Black Americans, marching for their rights to be treated as citizens and human beings while waving American flags. They weren't waving Pan-African flags. They weren't waving flags of other countries. They weren't doing that. They were waving American flags, right? But then when you fast forward to today's date, all this other foolishness that they want to latch on to that now, are they waving American flags? No. They're waving Mexican flags, they're waving Palestinian flags, they're waving flags from every nation on this earth except for American flags, but then saying that they want some sort of rights as Americans and as human beings on American soil and as citizens. How are you asking to be treated as a citizen and you're demanding to have just automatic citizenship and things of that nature, yet you're waving the flag of another country? That doesn't make any sense. That literally, it makes no sense at all whatsoever. But I'll leave it there. Because it's time for me to head out. So I'll catch you guys later, man. See you tomorrow. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble. Thank you all for your time. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace and have a great afternoon.
ICE says it has made more than 1,000 arrests today. The Trump administration says across the country, more than 3,500 undocumented immigrants have been arrested since last Thursday. In Denver, the DEA says it arrested 2 undocumented immigrants after a big drug bust. Police say the 2 suspects have ties to Mexican cartels. Take a look and listen to this video that the DEA shared with us. This was at an apartment around Quebec in Mississippi. Police tell us they seized 130,000 fentanyl pills, along with heroin, cocaine, and meth. The suspects will now face state criminal charges. Meanwhile, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston has been invited to Congress to talk about Denver's role in the migrant crisis. The House Oversight Committee sent a letter to Johnston calling Denver a sanctuary city and accusing Johnston of interfering with federal law. Johnston released a statement on the invite saying the most helpful thing congressional Republicans could do right now is fix our broken immigration system. While they work on that, we will focus on running the cities that manage the consequences of their failure to act.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to take a quick moment to discuss JD Vance's recent interview on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Now, why do I want to discuss this today? I want to discuss this today because Margaret Brennan asked JD Vance some of the most ridiculous questions that you will ever hear asked in an interview to a vice president of the United States. And when she's asking this question, there's so much sassiness in it. She's cackling and laughing, and you can tell that her whole goal and objective is just to try to get JD Vance in some sort of a gotcha moment. And that's fine. If your goal is just to get JD Vance in a gotcha moment and to defend the Democrat Party at all costs, then by all means do that. But let's not pretend that you're fair and balanced and that these DNC mainstream media networks are fair and balanced networks, just giving us the straight facts and giving us the news. That's something that I just utterly despise, is how they carry themselves in that way despite the obvious. But let's get into this first question here, right? This question here that we're going to get into is her speaking to JD Vance about the price of groceries and how come the price of groceries hasn't dropped yet. It's completely ridiculous. And then watch out for the cackling that comes along with it. It's just nonsensical.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, no, Margaret.
You see, so grocery prices aren't going to come down. What's the cackling about? And really think about the absurdness of the question. Let's let this sit on your mind for a minute. JD Vance and Donald Trump have been in office for a total of 6 days. 6 days. They've only been in office 6 days. How are you asking me, cackling about why aren't the price of groceries going down yet? We literally just got here. And what they expect is for Trump and Vance to undo 4 years of carnage that was given to us by Biden and Harris in 6 days. How ridiculous and nonsensical is this? But this is the DNC mainstream media press for you. This is what they do, and this is how they are. Everything is about getting you in the gotcha moment, as opposed to actually allowing time for executive orders to go into action, for other moves by way of Congress and legislation to get put in place and passed. Let's see how this stuff actually works out. And if prices aren't getting lowered after said period of time, because legislation has been in motion and law has been passed for quite some time now, but we're seeing that prices aren't going down, Now, this is a fair question to ask. But 6 days in, and you're already asking me something that's ridiculous? Come on, man. I mean, this is just stupid and ridiculous at this point. And she carries on with this too. She doesn't let it go, despite the fact that Vance will answer these questions masterfully as he typically does. But watch this right here as she carries on with the laughter about the price of groceries not going down.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Yeah.
And while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency
Well, there are a lot
in 4
of things
days.
that contributed to higher energy prices, and there was record oil and gas production.
Yes, Joe Biden did
But the price of eggs,
many terrible things
things that
to
people
lead to an
see-
increase in prices. I agree, Margaret.
No, but all the things you experience at the grocery store are what people touch and feel. That's what we're talking about, bacon on the campaign trail.
Of course, of course.
Those things, when do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Well, but Margaret, how does bacon get to the grocery store? It comes on trucks that are fueled by diesel fuel. If the diesel's way too expensive, the bacon's going to become more expensive. How do we grow the bacon? Our farmers need energy to produce it. So if we lower energy prices, we are going to see lower prices for consumers, and that is what we're trying to fight for.
Well,
Once again, I can't stress enough, and JD Vance always does a good job when it comes to this kind of foolishness, but I just can't stress enough how idiotic these questions are. Well, you ran on bacon and you talked about the price of bacon. How come the price of bacon isn't going down yet? Are you serious? Once again, 6 days in, but I don't want to belabor the point, because what I want to do next is that I want to move over to when she brought up mass deportation. Now, many of you all, if you've been subscribed to this channel for quite some time now, if you knew me throughout the Biden administration, essentially you could call me Mr. Migrant Crisis. Now that we have Trump in office, you can most definitely call me Mr. Mass Deportation. And anytime the subjects of this matter come up, I'm going to speak on it. And what I want to speak on now is when she starts asking JD Vance nonsensical questions about ICE agents going into schools and going into hospitals to pick up illegal immigrant criminals. Just look at this question here, how ridiculous it is. Watch how JD Vance answers the question, and then we're going to unpack it a little bit more.
Let me ask you about another area that you campaigned on quite a lot, and there was a flurry of activity on, and that has to do with immigration.
Sure.
The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this. Of course, if you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not unique to immigration. But let me just address this particular issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line?
Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. These Catholic organizations and NGOs overall, nonprofits overall, have received hundreds of millions of dollars throughout the entirety of Biden's and Harris's migrant crisis. They've received so much money, it's ridiculous. And I think a thorough investigation needs to be had into all of these organizations to find out what exactly did you do with all this money? Are you spending it on what you say you're going to spend it on, or are you pocketing it and putting it all in your personal bank accounts and making your wallets grow fatter? That's what we need to figure out. And that's what I'm interested in hoping, and that's what I'm interested in these investigations uncovering, if they go into all this, which I believe they will. Because I think I remember hearing, throughout the campaign trail and things of that nature, even after the fact, that they're going to investigate the migrant crisis and find out what's going on with all this money that's been given to NGOs, right? And these Catholic organizations, so-called Catholic organizations, as far as I'm concerned. When they're doling out money to third-party companies to help assist them with their so-called cause, who owns these third-party companies that you're giving out money to, right? Who's actually running these organizations? And is there some sort of conflict of interest? The American people need to know and figure out what's actually going on with this, because ultimately, at the end of the day, like JD Vance said, these people are just concerned with the bottom line. They just want the flow of money to keep coming in. That's the only thing that they're concerned about.
We're going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump promised to do that. And I believe the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, if they're worried about the humanitarian costs of immigration enforcement, let them talk about the children who have been sex trafficked because of the wide open border of Joe Biden.
You personally
let them talk
support them
about
going into
people like
schools
Laken
and
Riley
churches.
who were brutally murdered. I support us doing law enforcement against violent criminals, whether they're illegal immigrants or anybody else, in a way that keeps us safe. Let me ask this question, Margaret. Let's separate the immigration issue. If you had a violent murderer in a school, of course I want law enforcement to go and get that person out.
Of course.
So what's the point of the question?
Exactly. What is the point of your question? How come when it comes to illegal immigrants, they have more rights than American citizens as it pertains to protection from the federal government? You're telling me that, God forbid, an MS-13 gang member, a Terrain de Aragua gang member, a cartel member, that's in the middle of parent-teacher conference, God forbid he's in the middle of parent-teacher conference, you're telling me that ICE doesn't have a responsibility to go in there, immigration officials don't have a responsibility to go into the school or a church or a hospital to go get them? Now, if you flip the script and they're not MS-13 members or any type of illegal immigrant at all that have committed a crime, but if it's an American citizen like you and me, oh no, go in that school and go get him. If it's TD, go get TD in that school. If TD's in the middle of a church service, go get him in the middle of that church service. If I'm at the hospital because maybe something happened to my mother and father, and I'm sitting at the hospital bed next to my parents, by all means, go into that hospital and go get TD. Who cares what's going on with his parents and that he's by their side at a hospital bed? But when it comes to illegal immigrants, particularly those that are committing crime, oh my God, he's in a parent-teacher conference right now, so we can't go in there and interrupt them. And I wouldn't be surprised if the teachers in these sanctuary city schools tip the illegal immigrant off to help him go out the back door. These people are lunatics. So now what I want to do in closing is that I want to address the question that Margaret asked JD Vance about his support of ending birthright citizenship. I want to get into that right now. Now, when she questions him about it, and obviously she doesn't want it to end because she's a Democrat, but when she questions him about it, he does a great job answering the question as it pertains to his support behind ending birthright citizenship. But then he delivers an answer that really made me chuckle when she pressed the issue surrounding it. And she tried to use the talking point of, this is a nation of immigrants and this is a nation that was built by immigrants. And just take a moment to listen to what JD Vance had to say as he shut that down.
Oh, well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country founded by... This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers. But just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No country says that temporary visitors, their children, will be given complete access to the benefits and blessings of American citizenship. America should actually look out for the interests of our citizens first. And that means, again, if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
That was such a great answer to the question. This doesn't mean that 250 years later, we have to have the dumbest immigration policies ever, right? And that's not to mention the fact and the reality that when you're talking about the 14th Amendment, which essentially is the amendment that establishes birthright citizenship, this is something that is extremely outdated and is rooted in the legacy of slavery and ensuring the rights of citizenship to newly freed slaves that are birthing children. That's what that was about. It wasn't about illegal immigration or immigration, laws overall. That's not what the 14th Amendment was about. the 14th Amendment. And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to read it to you. So, better than me, going off the top of my head, I'll just pull this up for you right now. So let's get into this right now. And as you can see here, this is from, Senate.gov, United States Senate, Senate.gov, passed by the Senate on June 8th of 1866 and ratified 2 years later on July 9th, 1868. The 14th Amendment granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and provided all citizens with equal protection under the laws, extending the provisions of the Bill of Rights to the states. The amendment authorized the government to punish states that abridged citizens' right to vote by proportionally reducing their representation in Congress. It banned those who engage in insurrection against the United States from holding any civil, military, or elected office without the approval of 2/3 of the House and the Senate. The amendment prohibited former Confederate states from repaying, let's start that over again because this part is really important. The amendment prohibited former Confederate states from repaying war debts and compensating former slave owners for the emancipation of their enslaved people. Finally, it granted Congress the power to enforce this amendment, a provision that led to the passage of other landmark legislation in the 20th century, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Congress required former Confederate states to ratify the 14th Amendment as a condition of regaining federal representation. This entire 14th Amendment is literally rooted in ensuring the citizenship of newly freed slaves, and particularly their children that are being born. That's what this is rooted in. We are far removed from this point in time, yet this is still on the books as law, to which you have people grossly abusing the 14th Amendment, coming into the country illegally and having a child and using the 14th Amendment as some sort of get out of jail free pass because I have a child that's a citizen, so therefore you can't deport me because that would be family separation. This is a gross bastardization of what the 14th Amendment was originally put in place for. And I'll leave that there. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your social media platforms. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram and Rumble at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram and Rumble is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Also breaking tonight, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson's summons to Congress to testify about Chicago's status as a sanctuary city. We have learned this letter from the House Committee on Oversight and Reform was delivered to City Hall today. It, quote, invites Johnson to testify at a public hearing on Capitol Hill February 11th. The letter states that there are 12 states and hundreds of cities and counties with sanctuary laws or policies, but it singles out Chicago, New York, Boston, and Denver as cities that fail to comply with federal law. The letter says, quote, citizens of all 4 cities have suffered due to sanctuary policies. The mayors of those other 3 cities reportedly received the same letter, and we have reached out to the mayor's office for a response.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. You know, it feels like just last week we were talking about Kobe Bryant and the white media smears against him. That's because it was just last week that we were talking about Kobe Bryant and the white media smears against him. Well, just to show you that nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, first it was Leaving Neverland, then it was We Need to Talk About Cosby, and now we got CNN doing a so-called docu-series, which is nothing more than a long-form hit piece against Kobe Bryant, pathetically trying to masquerade that this is actually hard-hitting news, don't you know? And as you would expect, the only thing the white media reporting on this talks about is the false rape accusation against him from 20 years ago. This for a man who's been dead and buried in the ground for at least 4 years. And the white media is getting on code. They want to make sure that when they get the inevitable pushback on this, well, they're trying to come out strong and telling you, dictating to you exactly what you're supposed to think about this scurrilous hit job. So you got white media toilets praising it already with headlines like Kobe Bryant docuseries on CNN pulls no punches. Really? Is that what a docu-series about a beloved athlete is supposed to be? It's supposed to be pulling no punches? That's what I expect if you were talking about a career criminal. If you were talking about somebody like Roman Polanski, perhaps. But instead pulls no punches. Yeah, they're telling you this is what it's supposed to be. If you're talking about a black athlete, you're supposed to just go in on them. That's the point. This is the white media getting on code with each other, saying, yeah, we know you guys are going to be coming at us. We're going to get backlash for this because we know that we're in the wrong. But we're telling you right off the bat that we're going after this black man, just like we went after all these others, because this is our job. Pulls no punches. And it also doesn't tell us anything we didn't already know. In fact, the white media admits this. Apparently, their justification for renewing the character assassination of Mr. Bryant is that they got their hands on an interview that his accuser took part in back in 2003. That's it. No alleged bombshell confession by Mr. Bryant. Nothing that says he knowingly did anything wrong other than laying down with dogs and waking up with fleas. Instead, it's, well, here's an interview that she did where she gives the exact same empty statements and accusations which she had already made anonymously, by the way. This accuser herself refused to testify against Mr. Bryant. Do I need to remind you of that? That's how the trial against him ended, because the woman who had accused Kobe Bryant of violating her, she would not go under oath. She would not take to the stand. The Constitution says you have the right to confront your accusers. And that being the case, if this woman was in the right, then she should have been only too glad to point the finger at Kobe Bryant and say, you did this, that, and the third. Remember, that's what happened with the rapist Brock Turner and the other rapist Drew Clinton. Their accusers actually accused them publicly, went on the record with it. But in the case of Kobe Bryant, nah, as soon as he heard that, well, the prosecution can't really make the case without you actually going into court, oh, on second thought, I'd like to withdraw. And that's what actually happened. If the actual prosecutors had a case against Kobe Bryant, then don't you think they would have had the damning evidence presented in court, regardless of if the accuser was there or not? But they didn't. And of course, if she got on the stand, she would have to explain how was it that she had the genetic material, if you will, of other men in her undies. I mean, this is just nasty as hell. But that's the kind of question she would have had to answer. And she didn't want to answer any of that because she would have had to talk about how she lives her life. Kobe Bryant gets his personal life and everything about him dragged through the mud. He gets the full anal exam, and apparently that's all fair game. But apparently with the accuser, well, this should be kept as a state secret, don't you know? Well, she was the one who decided that it needed to be public in the first place. She was the one who decided to make the accusations. And then when she was asked, well, you need to go ahead and go on the record with this publicly in a court of law where you can be charged with perjury if anything that you testified to is false. All of a sudden, okay, guys, on second thought, I'm just not going to do it. So that being the case, of course, she wasn't going to testify. There wasn't a case. And we all saw what this was really about because she then immediately ran over to civil court, where it becomes a matter of, okay, Kobe, you already know you're going to have to pay your high-priced attorneys or king's ransom, so would you rather pay me or would you rather pay them? And it would be much less expensive to just go ahead and pay some shut-up money and get the hell out of my face money. This latest recitation of the false accusations against Mr. Bryant doesn't change our understanding of this event or add anything of value at all. So why even include it? Why make this the entire point of having a docu-series about Kobe Bryant? It's because the steady drumbeat against black people in general and black men in specific must continue. And as we see, 2 of the 3 individuals in recent years who the white media's gone after out of Cosby, Michael Jackson, and Kobe Bryant, 2 of them are dead. And the other one, he's so elderly at this point, Bill Cosby's not looking to get into any sort of protracted legal wars with anybody. The man's blind, and at this point his health is shaky to say the least. But the white media does this deliberately. They pick and choose their targets. And they do it in a way as to limit their legal exposure. It's all but impossible to bring a defamation lawsuit if the person being defamed is dead. That's because the dead cannot be said to suffer any sort of damages. Now, perhaps the widow of Kobe Bryant, she might be able to bring some sort of legal action. I don't know on what grounds, but wherever there's a lawyer, there's a way to at least bring some sort of suit. Never mind the fact that Kobe Bryant's daughter, one of his daughters, was on that helicopter when he died. She died right along with him. And it's a matter of, let's go ahead and give the LAPD a clean bill of health about the putrid photos they took that they were sharing amongst themselves, those degenerate bastards. But we see that basically the police are the enforcement arm of white supremacy and the white media is the propaganda arm. One hand shakes the other. But the white media knows to pick and choose their targets. They didn't try this mess with Michael Jordan, by the way. When they made that so-called series about him, The Last Dance, stupid name, by the way, they didn't dare try to find out what kind of gossip they could sling about Michael Jordan. Hey, what about his divorce? Weren't there some loose rumors about him and gambling back in the 90s or something? They didn't dare try that with Michael Jordan because of how much money the man's got. See, they don't do this with these living athletes, especially not the big ones, because they know that the Michael Jordans and such, these guys have the money to sue them. You better believe the white media knows that. And that's the reason before they go calling themselves reporting any rumors or gossip or any sort of hit pieces about these athletes, they have to run everything by their lawyers first. Let's make sure that we got all of our I's dotted and our T's crossed, because we got to be very careful with the wording here, very careful. When this guy's got money, he could cause us trouble. We need a soft target. Hey, we need a soft target. Hey, what about so-and-so over here from the NFL? Let's go after him. We know that his money ain't that long. See, for all of these athletes, they go ahead and vet first. What's their exposure if this guy decides to bring a lawsuit? What's the probability of that? Because they already know for a lot of these athletes, well, their money may not be quite so big. So they want to find out what's your money looking like. If so-and-so NFL player or NBA player has thrown away a lot of their money, had a couple of messy divorces, and their cash just ain't right, well, that might be a better person for them to pick on. You can afford to play fast and loose with someone like that because the white media has already made the calculation that this guy can't afford to go to court at all. And Kobe Bryant, he would be different if he was alive, but of course he's not alive, and that's the reason why they're going after him. Kobe Bryant was arrested and charged, and then the accuser decided not to testify. End of. Because she was concerned about cross-examination. She was concerned about the constitutional right for the accused to confront their accuser in court. This man has been dead for 4.5 years now, and his daughter with him too, might I add. He and his child perished together. As you all know, I'm not into sports, but I am into common decency. Kobe Bryant and his daughter should be allowed to rest, and his family should be allowed to grieve and try to get on with their lives. When something of this nature happens, especially when your loved ones are taken from you so suddenly and so terribly, this family is never going to be the same. And the white media, for them, that adds to the fun. These are some sick, sadistic bastards here. They're enjoying this. It's just a matter of, well, Kobe Bryant may not be here to have his reputation smeared and thrown through the mud, but his family's here, and we know that they don't like this. So as long as some black people are uncomfortable about it, as long as some black people are suffering because of our reporting, well, that makes it all worth it anyway. Now, if CNN really wants to do a docu-series about somebody, why don't they do one about one of their own, Jeffrey Jerkum Tubin? Or how about Chris Cuomo? They can go ahead and do some docu-series about those guys. Go ahead and dig under their fingernails. Chris Cuomo comes from a prominent political family, a prominent political dynasty. Shouldn't there be some docu-series about him? Except nobody in the white media wants to do that because, as we've seen with the whole Me Too scandal thing, you had a disproportionate number of these perverts who come out of these white media companies. But yeah, CNN, they could do a heck of a series about Jeffrey Tubin. Start off with, this is the guy who coined the phrase, the race card about O.J. Simpson, only to later on be caught red-handed. No pun intended. But why the sudden interest in Kobe Bryant now? The white media hasn't felt moved to try to dig up any gossip on him the last nearly half decade or so why now? Well, that's like asking how come the white media keeps mentioning stories about O.J. Simpson all the time. They keep making up reasons to report on the man. So they can say, back in the 90s, he was accused of killing his ex-wife and her lover. Why do they keep bringing O.J.'s name up all the time? The man was acquitted dang near 30 years ago, and he's already dead. So what in the hell are we still hearing about O.J. Simpson for, and why are they still trying to rehash the he killed her even if he couldn't prove it, even though there was no evidence? We say he did it, and we're the white media. We conjure magic. We are the myth makers. We create reality out of whole cloth. If we say that's what happened, then it is, whether it happened or not. And you got to believe it because we have the power of the truth, or at least we have the power to carpet bomb you with whatever we want you to hear and see. We keep getting these constant smear pieces against black men all the time because when it's your job to indoctrinate the public, you don't sit around waiting for a justifiable reason to do it. Instead, you do it because the public has to be continually told the false narrative. That's brainwashing 101. Meanwhile, when it comes to notorious rapists, real rapists like Roman Polanski, who raped and sodomized a child, and then this guy skips the country, why is it we're not getting documentary after documentary? Where in the world is Roman Polanski? We need to have an international manhunt for this man. Well, you won't have to look very hard or look very far. Hell, all they got to do is ask Harrison Ford where he's at, because Harrison Ford didn't have any trouble finding him. And yet you have these authorities here in the United States claiming, there's not really much we can do. And the international authorities, well, there's not a whole lot we can do. Yeah, because he isn't black. If he was black, they'd have had him in leg irons. They'd have had this dude on the first thing smoking back here back in the 70s. As soon as they put his name out there, would have been like, oh, no, nigger, you get back on that plane. You're going back. We might shoot you, nigger. You go back to the U.S., you'll be dying over here. That's what it would have been. The big white media outlets didn't want to make a big deal about him. Gee, I wonder why. It took independent filmmakers who had to make that Roman Polanski documentary that blew the lid off of the cover-up, is what it is, a cover-up by the authorities who refused to go after him. They were the ones who had to put the authorities on the hot seat. But when it comes to smearing a black man, you have the biggest media companies on earth who eagerly put millions of dollars into making these works of fiction, but the real money that they have to sink into these things comes in the millions and millions of dollars in publicizing these high-profile hit pieces. See, their entire goal is to make these defamation pieces into some kind of media event. Kamau Dumbbell, his whole anti-Cosby hit piece was DOA, because the black media, that means you, by the way. And that thing was made by Showtime, which is owned by Paramount. And in the end, Kamau Dumbbell was reduced to going on another Paramount media whorehouse, CBS, where he was merely allowed to deliver the same spiel that his white media paymasters wanted him to give. Well, this is about powerful men. No, this was about going after black men for any reason, keeping up the narrative. It wasn't about truth. It was about the fact that the black media lit that clown up online, and so he ran face first into a buzzsaw, which in his case would have been a huge improvement. And so the white media had to try to give him some sort of cover. This was a CYA maneuver is what his interview on CBS was about. They don't make any money off of this garbage that they're doing because money isn't the point. They've already got money. What they want are things other than a bunch of zeros in their collective bank accounts. What they want are the psychic benefits of knowing that the racial hierarchy that they put in place is still standing, and that the defamation of black people in general and black men in specific that they have spent hundreds of years manufacturing, the lie is still standing because they're still propping it up. That's what this is really about. It's not about money in this case. It's about a racial pecking order that they established and which they are determined is going to remain standing no matter what. What needs to happen in this case is some of those NBA players and NFL players, instead of sitting around trying to figure out what white woman or non-black woman they can snuggle up with, or instead of trying to run around calling themselves being big shot businessmen, quote unquote, they need to be pushing back. But then again, let's be honest. As I told you before, the white media and white power in general, they're very good at choosing compliant Negroes. Yeah, Michael Jordan may have been some sort of phenom athletically, but they could also tell that this dude was ripe for a fall. He just wanted to be on the team, and after that, he would go ahead and lick Master's boots. At the very least, he ain't pushing back, and indeed he hasn't, and neither any of the rest of them. At the end of the day, the problem with them is not a matter of money. A heck of a lot of these athletes already have the proverbial FU money. They got the kind of wealth that they couldn't squander, a lot of them who were smart enough not to. So what's really going on here is not that they're scared that white power is going to take their money, though for some of them, if they got some skeletons in the closet, that could be a concern for them. Or if they've had any unsavory accusations or people who are just telling them, you know what, such and such accusation against you may not be true, but you could still be dragged into court over it. So you better think twice before you go calling yourself getting out of line, nigger. There are those kind of instances, they do exist. But for a lot of these guys, white power doesn't have to threaten them with economic ruination. So many of them just been desperate to pretend that they got a seat at the table with white power. Oh, will you let me go ahead and take a picture with you, massa? Please, I know you talk about black people like a dog, but please, massa, let me go ahead and sit beside you. That's what a lot of these Negroes are in it for. They want to think to themselves that they've made it out, they've escaped blackness. And they understand that their ticket to ride, the price of admission to get off of blackness and hopefully onto quote-unquote colorblind, is that they have to go along with the big lie. And whenever they see the white media attacking and trashing black people, well, you ain't got to endorse it, but you better not push back against the narrative. You certainly better not use any of your money to try to put out some sort of truthful message. Let the white media's lies stand unabated. Go ahead and let them stand uncontested. Don't give any pushback. And for a lot of them, that's fine. Just go ahead and let them have their little old mansion if they can afford it. Let them go ahead and have their little sports cars, their yacht, and their white woman, and they won't say anything. That's the reason why I'm not big on sports. That's the reason why I don't like it, and I ain't crazy about the folks in it. You had that whole fiasco with Kyrie Irving where you had that clown, Josiah, who thought that he was going to be basically making this black man bow and scrape and get on your knees, nigger. And when that didn't happen, you had the NBA who actually gave something resembling pushback. Nobody was more surprised at that than me, but then again, this is one of those flash in the pan things. If they really want to show that they've got some muscle behind the message, it's time for them to decide, you know what, you're not going to be smearing any of our members, past or present, and you're not going to be calling yourselves dragging Kobe Bryant for the umpteenth time. We ain't having it. That's what needs to happen. And what are the odds that these guys will actually do it, to actually stick up for each other against the white media? What are the chances they'll do that? Pretty long. And that being the case, these guys, they're all looking to get themselves on the cover of some white media magazine. They're playing the game of white media fame. That's the game that they're playing. But it's not a game. It has serious consequences. But none of these $40 million slaves are smart enough to figure that one out. They're very dysfunctional when it comes to pushing back, and they're not consistent. And the white media knows that. This is what happens when you got a bunch of individuals who have been groomed. You can take that word to mean whatever you want, since they were children by these white coaches and white advisors and white counselors and white scouts and white managers and these white agents. They've been told since the time that they were children, hey, you can have a big career in sports, but here's the rules of the game, Junior. They get to them early with that mess. Well, I've been telling you for the longest time, the white media is not in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. And they got their hooks into these black athletes a long time ago. And they got their hooks into the public mind long before that. They control the masses through the use of false made-up narratives, which they repeat constantly until the people believe it. And the folks don't even know why. They don't have any rational basis for it. You ask them about it, they just fall completely apart. They don't even know why they buy this stuff, just because that's what the white media keeps telling them. Of course, none of your big-mouth white media sports anchors will condemn any of this, nor will they connect the dots. But then again, why would they? As we learned with the accusations against Joy Taylor, these people are way too chummy with these white media bosses. They're too friendly with them. With that Taylor woman, you may have had a more prurient version of that kind of thing, but all of these guys are doing the exact same thing, even the male ones. They're all sitting here basically dropping trowel for massa. And we just got to put it like that, because that's what it is. These people, I mean, they'll gladly do whatever it is their white media paymasters tell them to do, because this is the most money that they're going to be making, and they'll do anything to get it, just like these pro athletes. So it doesn't matter if it's on the field or in front of the cameras. They know what their job is, and their job is to obey. As far as they're concerned, well, it's a shame what they're doing to Kobe, but you know, Kobe, he shouldn't have been there with us. They'll always have a bunch of excuses for it, not realizing this is not about Kobe Bryant specifically. Because if Kobe Bryant was white, but then again, Kobe Bryant wasn't white. And that's the point, but it's also the problem with a lot of these Negroes who should be speaking out about this, because a lot of them, as far as they're concerned, they've escaped blackness. And what happened to Kobe Bryant's a shame, but I got to look out for myself. You know, yeah. They played that game until masses had enough of them and said, okay, we're tired of looking at you now, so it's time for you to go. And when these clowns get themselves booted out the door, if they call themselves putting up any sort of a fuss or pushback, well, then they'll be the ones to get the treatment. And they know that too. For the white media bootlick, whether they were a pro athlete or not, whether they tried and failed, like Stephen Smith did, the game is always the same with these fools, and they never seem to learn that it's a game they will never win. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Quells, David Harris, Leonard Cottingham, Eric Boykin, and Janitha Blue. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all staying up super late. I'm gonna end the stream now. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Revolutionary Agenda and the Frontline Black News. For peace, love, light, reparations, of Black empowerment. Sharon Coleman, Just Paris, signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Have a good night, everybody. Probably see y'all later on for some Black Experience Enhanced. See all the comments. Thanks for the comments. So, Twin, yep. Appreciate you, Twin. Twin said several things. Okay. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still up. And yeah, we still here. I did those off for a little bit. I'm still here. All right, peace.